two, one, 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 two, 3. Okay. Everything was good. Let me just pull this up so. I can access the chat if I need to. Making sure. Yep, we're good. Okay. So I have access to the chat if I need to do something or close something out or delete. Alright, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ephemeral One, and I am back with more. I'm back on my bullshit, rather. Back here looking at the lore of Elden Ring. I finally did... Between sessions, I did come around and do a little playing around. Leveled and explored. Ooh. Did not. I did manage to pull myself up to the 22 intelligence to be able to cast the Carrion Slicer. So. Yep. Did not realize I was overweight, though. I was on heavy encumbrance. Okay, only thing is, once you are poisoned, you kind of stop caring about him poisoning you. Because yes, he can do more, but... yeah, you're just going to be losing HP, so... at that point... at that point, just keep going. Ah, there we go. There's that bleed. Yeah, even plants can bleed. They're living things after all. Oh. And we got the... oh, too slow. Alright. Yeah, they don't get a huge area with that. So... anyway. Item crafting. I do have enough... yeah, I picked up enough stuff, so... if I need to. Just to save time. Alright. So, as I was saying, I did go around, get enough to get that one level, and I also happened to pick up... where was it? What was it? The one level... oh, that's what it was. And I also went to the... I bought out 2 of the stone sword keys. Because where we're actually heading today, since I got to do that, is I wanted to go... where is it? Back to the first steps. The Stranded Graveyard. Because as we've seen, the story of... huh? What the hell? I don't remember there being this much screaming. I'm not the only one. You hear that screaming, right? Huh. I do not remember there being this much screaming down here. Maybe it's related with where we're going. Because, as you can see, there's a force field here. There is a way through it. You need to have 2 stone keys. Stone sword keys. You need 1, 2. They were lost with use because they just latch into position. And this is also why I went around picking up materials to make even more of these boluses. Might as well just throw them on the... Okay, throw them on the hot bar because we're going to need them. Wow, I do not remember there being that much screaming. But yeah. Okay, no, that's... I know what that is. Okay. But yeah. Come down into the poison. There's no avoiding it. Yep, you're just going to be poisoned. However, once you are poisoned, it tends not to be a big issue. However, that is the chariot. It's fairly common in these catacombs. Poison bow dart, yeah. So, what you want to do with these is find little hidey holes. The Fringe Folks' Grave. And yet, it's not actually a... I believe they reduced the damage. In the game originally, those were one-hit kills, but... Yeah, nope. That's still a... Okay, so we'll wait till it goes past, follow it down. Next area. Yep. Naturally, there's ambushes all around. Thus, I waited until I had a good shield. I think there was one in both of these, and this just waited until we... Okay, now if I remember... Crap! Yeah, it's not always an instant kill. You just need a lot of HP and defense to survive it. Screwed up. But this is also why that first Lost Grace is here. Alright. This is also why I made sure I had plenty of these, because I'm going to need them in case I need to come back up here. But, if I can make it... Be wary of death, indeed. Okay. We should be able to make it to the first one. Yeah. Follow up to the second, and so on and so on. But yeah. Nice. again, follow to the second. Just, it's easy to jump the gun, and that's hardly the first time I've done that before. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to check my equipment on why I'm so heavy. Nope, I'm far enough away, that's not going to work. Okay. Oh, he fell off. Oh, goodbye, buddy. Yeah, why am I so heavy all of a sudden? Oh, I switched out some of the gloves, yeah. So we'll go down to the foot soldier. Soldier Greaves to Kite. Yeah, that puts us back on medium. Okay, we're better now. Okay, so let me go grab my stuff. Alright. So now, theoretically, a shortcut would be to ride this down. However, I'm trying to remember, because there is a trick to this one in particular. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so there's no real good way. Yeah. Okay, if I remember... Okay, I remember the trick with this one. You wait till he's going up, then you're going to come down here. Nope. Oof. Okay. Now I need to remember which side the fall off is on. Yeah. Okay, it's right there. Because there's obviously no way to get past him down this way. So what you're supposed to do is come here and drop down. Okay. In addition, yeah, not often you get to get the drop on these things. Alright. Watch your stamina, don't go in too hard. And remember, they can inflict status effects even through your blocking, so... yeah. Yeah. Status effects are basically how they punish you for over-defensive play. Alright. Now. I was hoping to get him. Oh well. Bear in mind, if you'll notice, there is an even lower path, but that's not what we're after at the moment. Every one of these graves is a puzzle. They're well designed. For everyone, and everyone who says, well, they just all kind of blend together, you weren't paying attention. Now, take out the bow. Because I did have some regular arrows and fire arrows. Made a bunch of those. All we'll need is the regular ones. Because that will lower that, so we don't have to worry about the fire. We still... nope, that moved us up to heavy, so... we'll need some more stamina here soon. But in the meantime... I thought so. Yeah. I'm like, wait, wait, wait. That was too much of a straight shot. Oof. Imagine. That I start... Yeah, one of the reasons I remember liking this flail is because it does do some really good work on stunning. But yeah, that's one of the reasons you want a bow in this. Yeah. Alright. There we go. Yeah, these ones wielding the two-handed typically are pretty easy to... Alright. Because I'm pretty sure there's almost never just... Yep! Never just one. Now here's a funny question to ask you. Why do you think these are all down here? Someone set these golems up to stop anyone who's moving around. Between the traps and the traps, the enemies, it's all built up to... It's all built up to keep everyone who's here and moving from not to not. Yeah. Yeah, you can see it up on the roof too. It's a mini boss. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take this now. Alright. I'm gonna go with the Glip Blade for now. Here it comes. Oh, that didn't do much. Yeah. I forgot there was two of them. Yeah. But, as I have warned you many times in the past, there's methods around. In this case, I was gonna say, I don't know if they can they get up here? Yes, they can. Okay, perfect. Yep, this is gonna suck. Yep. Okay. Heal up. Heal up. Ow. Yeah, when one of those traps doesn't do much to him, you know you're in trouble. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Forgot there were two of these ugly bastards in back here. But welcome to why this area required 2 stone keys, which are extremely hard to come by. The Stranded Graveyard. I wanted to show this off to give a point. How well this place is protected. These graveyards are nothing to sniff at. Poison and the chariot and all sorts of enemies and guards. And not a trace of any of the major powers. The Fringe Folk Heroes. The Fringe Folk. The people on the outlands. The people not of the main cities and capitals, perhaps. Or maybe that's just what they called themselves, the Fringe Folk. Alright. Bye-bye. Okay. Now I showed off that area. When this one comes down and then goes back up, I'll drop, so that'll give me more time to get lower. Okay, as he's running up, now we have time to get here, so it's going to be coming down here. There it goes, it's coming. And remember, we just have to drop here. Okay. Yeah. And we saw that there was a lower path, and that area leads to... But this is even a lower path we can take. That gets us past. Now what's interesting about these guys is naturally that these warriors are spectral, but they're still tangible enough to be hurt. Isn't that kind of interesting? Seek bridge, then try jumping off. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is as low as you get. Is it coming or what? Okay, now it's going up, so... Yep, I'm going to come here, because I imagine the chariot's on its way. Nope, okay. It's on its way, but it's... Okay, Jared didn't arrive to save me this time. But yeah, no. I absolutely adore the design of this area. And again, the fringe folk heroes grave. What's interesting about that idea is the fringe folk are mentioned in the item description we got in the ashes of the banished knight Engval, one of two knights dubbed the Wings of the Storm. Despite his banishment, he rejected the invitation of the grace-given lord, instead keeping watch over a masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. Well, if we look at the map, could it then be considered that Limgrave is the fringes of this area? And that the fringe folk are the people who lived here. And the fringe folk hero's grave would be the grave of those who were the brother of Engval. Or sister. Don't know. Nice. Okay. Sorry, buddy, that's gonna hurt. Oh, man, I still love that. Okay, and down we go. And down we go. Should be able to just drop. There we go. And just drop. Oh, it actually managed to make the jump. Yep. Ow. I'm probably dead. Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, damn, that hurt. Okay, you know what? Screw it. The classic Soul style, run like hell. Yep, there it is, and I'm dead. Yep. Ran to the wrong side. Not that I would have made it that case. But yeah. I at least wanted to show this area off. I don't think we're strong enough to really handle it just yet, but I wanted to at least get access to it because I wanted to show off. This is right by the entrance of where the game starts. Literally, you start near the Cave of Knowledge. This is the first place you come across. I adore this because I wanted to add this. The Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. I really wanted to share that because I really wanted to show off that. Let's see, Nomadic Merchant. Anything else? Oh, right. The other thing that came up. Note that certain lost graces direct you where they're supposed to go. Or at least that's what we're told, that these lines are where the grace want us to advance towards. It's supposed to be the guidance of the Erd Tree. But, okay, that makes sense, but then, what about this one? Aguil Lake South. It's pointing literally in the opposite direction of where we need to go, supposedly. Well, and we've gone east and west about as far as we can go without running into some places that are oi. That's what I'll leave it at, oi. So, why don't we try for once and see where this takes us? Heading to the south. We've taken everything else here, so well, we might as well just follow the road. We already got the Great Axe off the big convoy. We beat the Forlorn Hound that was over there. We picked up the scroll that was up there by the soldiers. Oh, hello. Speaking of soldiers. Goodbye. And if we want to get back up, there's of course, we can get on Torrent and jump up that way. But now... this one, this grace, this yep, a stake of Marika. Again in that pose that is so bizarre to me. It strikes me as so off. But, as you can see, there's also a big frigging ballista over there. Yep! One that has explosive shots. The Bridge of Sacrifice. Pretty well defended, wouldn't you say? Alright. But here's a question. What are they defending it from? What requires a ballista that large to protect themselves? Whoop! That hit. I'm impressed with your aim, buddy, I gotta give you. Being able to handle a ballista like that, and it get that close with it. Points to points. But yeah. Note that these are all soldiers of the same person. If we check our inventory, Godric's soldiers. Yeah, armor worn by soldiers loyal to Godric the Grafted. The surcoat depicts the distant Erd tree and the Beast Regent, an emblem of the Golden lineage. Both are symbols of glory now past. Now, what's kind of interesting about that little tidbit is... oh, yeah. Stone sword keys. They're not the hardest things to find, but they're not common. Nope. Yeah, no, they don't let you play with it. But why can't I play with it? I want to. Oh well, we'll have to wait till I play Dark Souls 2 again to do that. But yeah. And another Lost Grace right here on the other side. Welcome to the Weeping Peninsula. And again, we're being directed further south, onto the peninsula itself. Now we can see from... now here's always the interesting bit. You can follow it, but as we saw when we were exploring before, there's a path to the right. Let's see, the torrent should be able to get us up. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's other ways around. St. Trina's Lily. Alright. It's a steep drop, but Torrent should be able to handle it. Oof. Oh. Always keep rowing seeds. There you go. By the way, there are two types. There's Roa seeds and frozen raisins. Preparation of dried rind Roa. Craftable item. Feed to Torrent the spectral steed while riding to vastly restore his HP. Torrent seems to enjoy the sensation of chewing this frozen dried seed. Humans are unable to digest Roa fruit, but Torrent seems to have a taste for it. Interesting. Still, always keep checking. Because like I said, there's a lot to explore. Like we saw this lower path before. And the Earth Boar Cave. Alright. Let's take a look at what we've got. Yep. That's what I thought. Take a look at this pattern. That's a trap. That falls out from under you. And naturally, it's nothing major. Pickled turtleneck. Ugh. Why would you kill a turtle? Anyway. Note that that trap is meant to really screw over new people because the summoning sign is way past it. Summoning pool is now functioning. Alright. Yep. Now, golden rune. We can summon here. Interesting. But we'll see what that means. You can see rats. Lots of rats. Big rat. Yep, big rat. But yeah, this is where that drops you down, if I'm not mistaken. It's just one of those cases of... It's just one of those cases of they drop you to kill you. Between the fall damage and the rats, you're probably dead. Okay. Nice. Now, the runes. Why would golden runes? Now, it's interesting that rats are collecting them. Or rather, they have them in them. They probably ate them. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering trace of gold. Runes are nourishment for the development of any tarnished, providing a finger maiden can be found. And normally, there's the hand crones, but that's not a finger maiden. Huh. And this is where it drops you down. And from here, this is where you need to go. So... there we go. But the traces of gold are within every being of the land between. It just collects at places of death. Boss ahead, huh? Well, in that case, chug up. Alright. And silver fireflies. That is a hell of a boss. Yep. Room Bear. Alright. You are big. Yeah. Oh, no, 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 and dead. Come on. No, 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 no. Oof. Ow. We've done this fight before, though. Oh, this one didn't go well. Whew. Yeah. Ow. Oh. Nope. Ow. Yeah. See? Oh yeah. No, it'll take one just of his big slams to get me, so... yeah. But I don't have much hope to survive this. Nope, that's the grab. Ooh. Yep. Yep, I'm trying. Oh. Yeah, got me off that. That was a little too fast. Yeah, I don't have quite the attack power I need. So, maybe we ought to switch over to the Shamshir. It's technically less power. In addition. Spells. Let's see. One I want to go back to is the Magic Glint Blade. It comes in handy. Alright. I think this will handle the rats. Let's try just relying on more physical damage than the magical mix. See if that doesn't help. Yeah, these enemies are not that vulnerable to magic damage, so just straight physical is probably where it's at. Not to mention slashing instead of blunt. Though you won't get through here without killing these rats, so... that should be enough to start us off. Nice. I like Magic Glint Blade. Yeah, these ones are pretty... Now, it's interesting that rats get basic golden runes, because obviously they're stuffing themselves on every corpse they can get their hand on. Their grubby little mitts on. And obviously most of these were killed by the big beast down on the bottom. And these guys are just scavengers picking up what he left behind. Though how it got the whole way down here, I'm not sure. Alright. Okay. Because... well, we have a bunch of different ashes. Should I switch to another kind? Let's see. Skeletal Militiaman, he attacks way too much for them to be that useful. They're useful if you can get someone who just does one heavy hit, because then they'll just keep getting back up. Let's see. Noble Sorcerer is just going to get worked. Wandering Noble Spirits, yeah, I really wish I had enough FP to do friggin' Engball. So we'll stick with the wolves, they're our best bet at this point. Alright. Let's do it. Moon Bear. Nope. Boy, that was close. Okay, now just get my runes back at the very least. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing a hell of a lot better damage now. So yeah, he's got no real weakness to magic. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the wolves weren't doing much this round. But we did confirm what will work better on him. Okay. And apparently his bleed buildup is way too high to have any hope of really getting that bleed damage built up enough to hurt himself. I wonder how good poison would be on it. So I can probably get some basic poison arrows here. I do have those chuckable poison bow knives, I believe. Nope, got me. Damn it. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Come on. Nope, didn't get out of the third one. Okay, get out of the corner. Yeah. So I can see what you're doing. Okay. Yep, that's the grab, so I can punish that. Yep. Okay. Yep. Took the hit so I could get out of the corner a little. Chug up. Okay. There we go. Yeah, it's going around. Yeah. Okay. It's going. Yep. There, that's the triple slam again. You can punish. Okay. Went a little further than I was expecting. Got it. Woo! Spelldrake Talisman. Boost your magical damage negation, so... The ancient dragons who ruled the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. Prehistoric era before the Erd Tree. More makes sense. Dragons in the Soulsborne one are typically tied to rock. Their rocky scales and the like. As if they're living stone. Which then would beg the question, what's their relation to the Claymen underground? Are they perhaps two halves of a single arrow? Try jumping. Yeah. Even if you can't seem like it, some of the stuff you can stand on is kind of funny. But yeah, try here. That's a good way to get yourself cornered, but either way. Alright, so that's the end of this cave. Which is kind of just a diversion to teach you because that's just the rune beast, the rune bear is just one of the is a different version of the beasts that roam all throughout the forest here in Mistwood. And there are oh so many. Oh, my phone's ringing. Give me 1 sec, folks. Hello. Yeah. Family stuff, it happens. Anyway. Okay. So in a seemingly abandoned camp, I was going to say. Good thing I stopped where I did before I triggered this guy. What's interesting is these guys. They're somewhat similar to the beastmen we saw. They're somewhat similar to the beastmen we saw back over in Mistwood, and along the path to Fort Height. So, are they the same? Different? One has to wonder. And what? Because there are many seemingly species or offshoots out here. Let's see. We saw that these candles tend to lead you towards hidden or obscure caves. Note that I can't activate this one because I already found Earthbore. I'll just leave that alone right there. I knew of that one already. And I found it the first time just like I found it this time. I saw the cross, I was like, huh, that's kind of interesting. Alright. Yeah, this reeks of ambush, but why not? There it is. I would say these peace folk are the same species. Though why some have wings and why others don't, that may just be up to what causes them to grow this stuff in the first place. Yeah. And yes, walking into an ambush is still sometimes worth it. Alright. Oh my. More of the flowers, and more annoyingly, several of them bunched up. Yeah. Well, there. Okay, well, at least on the map's indicating where the map is now. But that's another point. This area is lush with life. Plants, flowers, they grow all over the place. Which makes the presence of this right here so odd. I mean, really, this looks like a crumbling bit of some huge tower. Where's the rest of the tower it fell from, then? Because for this to be here, like from the shape and the way it is, it has to have come from somewhere. Masonry this intricate and developed, well, it doesn't literally just fall from the sky. That's what it looks like it did. And it did so quite a long time ago. The plants of nature has had time to grow over it, and ivies and such. Though that begs the question, are these ivies, were they fallen off, or were they the part of the natural world that was here before? Were those ivies there when this fell? Don't know. And yes, I see the ruins over there. We'll get to those. But let's see. Alright. So as we can see, several flop. Yep. Ow, ow. And poisoned. Okay, so start with getting my HP back. Okay. Equip Blade Arc. Ah, crap, lock on. Thought I had it. Alright. Yeah. This might be a case where you're better off just walking away. Yeah. Yeah. Just, yeah. Screw you, flowers. Again, this area is lush with natural life. Bats. I mean, the only thing that's kind of bizarre about the bats is the underside and the patterning of their wings. It's made to look like eyes. That and the overdeveloped chest that makes them resemble more human than normal bats. The bone structure especially. It's least being as pronounced as it is. Oh? And we stumble across yet another cave. The B.O.M.B tunnel. Well, the least we can do is activate the lost... Oh, looks like there's several places we can go just from the outset. Activate the Lost Grace, and let's take a look. Let's see. Looks like we should be able to drop down here. And to here. Some more smithing stones. Excellent. By the way, yeah. Those red spots are just people from falling down. It's not that there's an enemy. It's half the time it's just someone wasn't paying attention and they walked the whole way down. So yeah, when you see a lot of blood spots, don't always get anxious, because sometimes it's just people being stupid. Bring the elevator back down. Summoning in case we need it. And we'll mend our wounds real quick for free. Which is kind of an interesting point. Grace is lost. So being without. Alright. Yeah. Oof. He took that hard. Man, he took that one hard. Oof. There's more of these stone guys mining out. But the overseers, these guys seem to be focused on hacking apart. I would assume were the overseers the ones who were in charge here. Well, saving ourselves problems later. Let's see. Oh wow. Okay. Nice. Okay, so some of them are weaker to it than others. Good to know. Yeah, I really do love Magic Glint Blade. It's just so cheap and useful. Yeah, it takes you a little bit, but... Yeah, dude, I dealt with the painting guards. You ain't one of those. It missed me. God, I love doing that. Sorry, I'm used to playing with my ears as much as my my eyes. So unfortunately, it's one of those cases of I love to mess with the AI. All right, just to give them a one. All things considered, yeah. These guys are the ones who are weak to the mace. And more smithing stones. But yeah. Yeah, he's still looking for me. There we go. Wow. Was not expecting to get that good of damage on it. Oh well. But yeah. Be wary of monster. How many? And yeah. As you can see, there's plenty to hit. Gods, I love how much damage that does. Yeah, there we go. And that should be good. Okay. But yeah, the economy you get of how many shots per... Yep, and golden runes found on, again, a corpse. In dealing with these guys, probably best to just use the flail. Because again, the flail is pretty much what these guys are weak to: magic and blunt damage. Yeah. So yeah. It's just a matter of dealing with these guys. Oh. Wasn't in the right position. The one answer I don't have yet is the relation of these guys to the Claymen. I want to believe these guys are simply the enslaved versions. There we go. Staunching boluses for bleeding, so they're useful. Hell, every bolus is useful. It's just a matter of what situation you're in. Okay. Now these rooms are infamous for... These are always traps. Like, there's always a trap in these rooms. Even if it's just there's someone right behind where you think they should be. Yeah. Getting greedy is what gets you killed. Read the room. Yep. Large glintstone scrap. Alright. Somber smithing stone. Different from regular because sombers are used for unique weapons. Alright, and most people ignored this guy when they walked in the room, I bet. Because they wanted that golden rune and that chest. Just some exalted flesh. Temporarily boosts physical attack. A lump of animal flesh pickled in a medicinal solution mixed with fiery spices. Temporarily boosts physical attack. Considered a delicacy in the Badlands, this invigorating repast was for exclusive benefit of those they deem heroes. Turtleneck meat, pickled in a bitter medicinal solution. The nutrients churn through the body, practically boiling out endless power. Would scrape the meat clean even from a fowl's claw. Alright. So that was it for this path. But it wasn't the only way we could go. I believe over here is the way down towards the boss. Well, somebody's hitting the wall. Uh-huh. And now we're finally to the first open room. I see you. Alright. Yeah. And again, these guys don't have any weakness to magic, so I don't really get much in the way of extra damage. Yeah. He's a pretty quick archer, actually. Points where it's due. Though note how though that the Claymen are liberated, they don't care. I've killed every person who was supposedly holding them here to mine. They don't care. They're just there to mine up the resources. As if something else is motivating them. Again, these beastmen came down here, probably considered themselves liberators. And yet, those who they thought to liberate couldn't give less of a damn. After all, they're what they find and collect in these rocks would mean very likely there's also the fact that they've gone mad, naturally. This is a Souls game. But it's also the idea that perhaps what they're mining for is something very different. They're hoping to uncover something. Explosive stone. So then what would be down here that would be so useful to them? What is the dream they have? Okay. Soft cotton. This must be a rarity down here. Temporarily reduces fall damage and sound of footsteps. A soft but sturdy cotton formed from splitting open row of fruit in a particular manner. Attaching this cotton to the bottom of one's feet allows for a temporary reduction in fall damage and sound. It also reduces the sound of one's footsteps. If you must court danger, at the very least, tread lightly. Now that's an interesting thing. This is roa fruit. The same that can be made into raisins and dried can become cotton. Soft. Isn't that interesting? The dual nature of the roa fruit. Alright. And we've reached the boss. Now, one thing to note about... I'm just trying to get a peek at what our enemy is the difference between the titles of locations. Tunnels usually connect to places. Okay, I've used up most of my magic. I do have... Who am I thinking of? How far back is this? Okay, the stake. I don't think there's a stake of Marika here, is there? Nope. So it'd be right back to the bonfire. Yeah. Oh, what the hell. I'm going to regret this, but let's see it. Okay. Scaling misbegun. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This guy is going to be rough for the wolves, but they're still my best bet. Okay. Basically, he's... Ow. Yep. Okay. Basically, because he can't be flinched. Okay, I thought that was me for a second. I'm like, huh? Ow. Yeah, the range on his swings is ridiculous. But he's also extremely easy to punch. Rusted Anger. So, now this is the second time we've been, this is the second time we've been down to the boss of a tunnel, of a mine. I want you to take a quick look at this area. There are several contrasting things to be found here. First is the heaping pile of this gold-like material here, which is contrast by the walls that have a very significant blue of glintstone. It's very contrast, always in this room. It can be found constantly all over the place, and they're So that begs the question, what is the gold in this room? Is it gold amber? Is it gold, just pure golden metal? One has to wonder. As far as the item we just got, it's useless to us, but... A rusty anchor wielded as a weapon. Each of its 4 flukes is thick and sharp, enabling piercing attacks. When the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. And this is the anchor from that boat. One would take it. Now, there's a couple ways to take that. Are these primal misbegottens the Tarnished who were left behind, and they're their descendants? Or, there's another way to take it, that there were so few of the Tarnished that made it, they didn't need every boat. Or maybe it's both. Don't know. But it is something worth noting. And yeah, we'll head down to the Lost Grace, level up a little. Let's see. Probably going to do... yeah, endurance, get it up. Then, yeah, okay, I'm gonna need to get mind up too. So, 55's... how are we looking on? You know what, use up the big... okay. Oop. Like, why isn't... okay. Okay, that puts us at 45. And that should be just about enough. Let me guess, like 2 off. Yep, like 22. Of course. Okay. This is gonna suck for you. Yep. Always that way. Just short. Okay. So mind, because we want to start moving up. Because eventually I would like to get Ingval as well. Stamina always helps in the mobility. Though in this game, stamina tends to go a little further than the previous titles. I'll say that much. Well, nighttime. So, we found 2 tunnels. Doesn't look like there's any other way to go here. Oh, bats. Nice. Yep. And nice. Note that bats, being a slightly higher up predator, warrant a golden rune too. meaning that it's a little more refined by the time it hits them. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Nah. Okay, could just take the vent, but where's the fun in that? Okay. But yeah, flowers. And now that we've gotten through, might as well explore this ruins. After all, it's nighttime, so now it's going to be more dangerous. And that's where the fun is, after all. Ruin fragments. Yep, demi-human forest ruins. I was gonna say. Yep. I'm staying on. Oof. As much as I can, I'm gonna stay on. Nice. Wait. A blood-stained dagger. How much of it is my blood? Well, let's take a look. Dagger with a blood-stained blade. Afflicts targets with blood loss. As blood darkened the dagger through repeated slashing and stabbing, its blade only grew sharper and harder. Strange. One would think it would grow dull. Though what's interesting is, for a dagger, it actually has C-grade scaling. It actually has better gloss buildup than the actual, for a strength-based dagger build. Somebody's probably done it. But it's interesting. So this is for the demi-humans. Okay. Yep. Nice. We're just kind of hanging out here in this fortress. Obviously they were chased out. Were they chased out of Heights Fortress, maybe? And this is where they ended up? Oh, last time we saw a living demi-human that large. Last time we saw a demi-human that large, they were dead in Heights Castle. In this case, she's quite alive. Alright. And capable of casting. Ow. Oof. That accuracy of hers. Okay. Oh, wow. She's able to plow through walls. Right. Well, as ever, Yep. Ow. And the demi-human queen's staff. And the spell Crystal Burst. Wow. Let's see how the staff compares to our own. It actually has better sorcery scaling, so it does more magic damage. It's weaker scaling as far as... So the more of this power is in the staff itself, basically, but it scales less with our own intelligence. Glintstone staff styled as a scepter, a gift once given to the demi-humans to foster peace. It can be wielded by even those of low intelligence. Sneered at by fools in the academy. So, those who don't know any better would sneer at it. And it was a gift given to those of low intelligence to deem them as equals or give them a piece. And it was a method of trying to keep peace and show sincerity. So let's see. Okay. That's 393 damage, ain't bad. Yeah, why not? Alright. A slumbering egg. So if we have an idea... The reason they were hiding out in the ruins is there was something chasing them away. Something strong enough that these beasts... Yep, these beastmen felt that it was a big enough threat to not have to. 248. A rickety shield. Yep. That it was a big enough threat that they didn't want to stay. Now, if I had to guess, the threat we're going to find... What the hell? What the hell are you doing here? Like, you truly don't belong here. Unless... Oh, are we close... Oh, we're closer to the minor Erd tree. I'm like... What the heck? Because those guys are always tied to the Erd tree. They literally are fused with parts of the Erd tree, honestly. So it's one of those... I forgot how close to the minor Erd tree here we are. So yeah, no, it makes sense that he's there. Just... threw me off for a second. Up here, yeah, because that's the minor Erd tree. It looks like there's a castle or temple of some kind up here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep, getting comboed, getting comboed. Yeah. Okay. Getting tired of it. That's what I thought. That back off animation. That's adorable. Okay. There we go. There we go. Watch where your eyes, watch where you're looking, buddy. You missed the obvious. Alright, some more nobles. Wandering nobles, looking for what? Looking for glory. And a house on top, a chapel on top of a hill, huh? With someone, another ghost. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child. The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. Your unwanted child. The Church of Pilgrimage. The Sacred Tear. Your unwanted child. Well, that's a statue of Radagon. Though, what's supposed to be a big twist is the idea that Radagon is Marika, or at least they share the same body. But I wonder. The difference between the two is in their pose. In Radagon's case, his arms are outstretched completely, wide and with the point of being his completely still. Marika's arms are more slanted and like they're being held up. So I wonder. Oh, okay. Just one of the Yeah, you don't mean much, buddy. Sorry. But it's a difference of, I guess, the stance and the pose. Marika seems like she's being held in, where Radagon is out thrust and seems more of direct purpose. In addition, we also did get the Sacred Tear. Blessing of the Erd Tree, worshipped in churches of all lands. This is but a faint vestige. Increases the potency of a sacred flask's restorative effects. During the age of the Erd Tree, these tears were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once a certain blessing. A sacred flask modeled after the golden holy chalice that was once graced by a tear of blessing. Okay, so these are lesser versions filled with crimson tears. This flask restores HP with use, rest at a site of grace to replenish. The one washed up on the gravesite was sure to die until this flask offered its gift of rejuvenation to seek the Elden Ring. So yeah. For theirs was once a certain blessing. The blessing of eternal life, almost. Eternal well-being. Still. And we can talk to Melina here.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
I'm interested.
In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
So, Marika did send them. Marika removed the grace of the Elden Ring from them, and then sent them away. Sent away Godfrey and his knights and his people. But then would return it to them after their deaths. So Marika needed the Tarnished, needed us. But we can only be here after we've died. We cannot be the living. Because the living can have their fates played with. A lot of this is about fate and the control of fate. Of course it's about fate. Marika found the loophole. This was Marika's answer. Everyone has their different answers, and that's what's causing all the confusion. Sorry, let me back up. So, a point for this is that Marika... Okay, at the origin of the story, there was Marika. Queen Marika was one of many vying for power for this area, for this world. Same as it will always be. However, it was during such a time that the Finger Crones, and the Two Fingers offered probably at the same time, both Marika and her biggest enemy, the Lomide Queen, a power. I will empower you, and I will give you great power. And you have to submit to the greater will. So, if that's the case, she submitted to the greater will. We know the Lomide Queen was given the power of death, the rune of death. But then, to fight that, Marika took the power of fate, to alter the fate, to control and weave it. Of course, she was still mortal, so there was a limit to her interference and protection. So she couldn't control it absolutely, at least not completely. Any place outside the realm, outside the control of the Golden Order, outside of the control of, was the issue. Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. I think I'm starting to build a fuller... Because... Radagon, your unwanted child. Mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. Because I don't know if we ever find out where Radagon came from. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yep, got them both. But yeah. So what if Radagon was born of her? She was a deity after all, so manifesting a whole child. Radagon is the Athena equivalent, where the entire child was manifested, whole and adult, all at once. Gilded. Small metal round shield, heavier than a wooden, but boasts higher damage negation. Though the gold leaf is peeling and the effect is slight, it can still boost net damage negation. It is better than the wooden one, but... I'll stick with my current one. So the effective idea is... Marika tied herself to a greater power. And when that power failed, she shattered the Elden Ring. And we're told that our goal, over and over, is to... She tells Godfrey to brandish the Elden Ring. Even after she shattered it. You'd have been better off hitting me with the stick than bothering to try and cast. Yeah, no, these guys have same... I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the ones we summoned and mentioned, they've completely lost what they were looking for. They were looking for something once, but that's been long forgotten. That's the minor Erd tree. Alright. Thin beast bones, they come in handy for arrows, as well as little knives, and various other methods. Slivers of meat can make all sorts of little bone boosts. Alright. Now let's go take a look at that minor Erd tree. And that's why you keep an eye on your surroundings. Find all sorts of little goodies. This map is packed with stuff. And another mausoleum to raid. Somewhere over there. Returning to the roots. Now, if I had to guess... Yeah. Again, notice these guys are covered in gold, and they have a tree sticking out of their branch. A tree branch sticking out of them. And yes, they're actually fairly competent spearmen, too. But naturally, as a tarnished, we have a bit of an advantage. Still, a minor Erd tree. Wow, this... Yep, so if you want some help. And there's a stake of Marika, because this is one of the earliest encounters you can have with one of those big guys over there. I just want to take a look around before I start dealing with that. Again, this whole area is so lush and overrun with life. It's beautiful. And like you can see, guards for this Erd tree. Kinda hoping it drops like their weapon or something so we can get a taste of what they're supposed to be. Though note, this big tree that is facing the Erd tree. Though it's worth noting, this one doesn't look too healthy. And this place was apparently a place for jars? Alright, let's deal with this. An Erd tree avatar. Now think about that statement for a moment. Nope. Oop. Sorry, I've heard that, folks. I had to itch my nose. Nope. Too close. Yep. Just run. That's my suggestion. When you see it, don't roll. Run. There you go. Yep. A way that you should be able to heal, so run, don't roll. Yep. And you'll recognize these moves if you played any of the previous games. Just get in and out. Oh, I forgot about this one. This sucks, this sucks, this sucks. Forgot about that. And one of the reasons I typically use Torrent for these fights, if I can. Because you really are benefiting just getting in and out. Yeah, especially dealing with this, because now this is just dodge, 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 and Torrent makes this easy. Yep. Ow. Easier anyway. But yeah. You have to stake a Marika. I look forward to getting better ashes. Alright. At least now we get why it's called the Weeping Peninsula. Never stops raining here. Yeah, let's stick with, let's go back to, actually, how about we do this as a purely ranged fight, and let the wolves distract. I mean, it's a tree, so fire seems like it would be good. Nope. Yep. Ow. Heal up. Nice. Hey, we're getting damage. Okay, this is where you run. Because, yeah. Nope. Okay. Yep. Run. Learning to run in the fights is... Ow. Okay. Ow. Yep. Okay. Run. Run to the sides. Do not just run back. Okay. Great. Pissed off one of the spearmen. Well, at least he took it. Okay. Yep. And that should be it. After all, folks. A downside for enemy and ally alike is if we've got nothing but melee. Well, it doesn't take much to put you down. A good ranged weapon and will do wonders to make your life miserable. Anyway, we'll go back to the Shamshir for the moment. And we got, what was it? The opaline. A crystal tear forms slowly over the ages where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. Can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. Provides significant damage negation, so you take less damage. However, this effect only occurs once and will basically you get a free hit. And the Crimson Burst will gives you basically HP regen. So take your pick. But yeah, we made it to the minor Erd tree. And tarnished golden sunflower. Well, still have the chug left, so might as well. Now this is a bizarre area. It's on fire, but... and we can get lots of smoldering butterflies, but... it's on fire, but isn't being consumed. Isn't that a little strange? Like, they're still plants, but they're burning. Ah. A mausoleum. We'll go check that out in a bit. Because we went to that temple, but there's yet another temple there. And the map is just absolutely stacked with stuff to explore, folks. And knowing about those big temples will be useful down the line. And trust me, there is plenty more to see. But yeah, one thing to note. Minor Erd tree. So these Erd trees, these are lesser versions of the Great One. But what do Erd trees grow off of? Well, they grow off corpses. And a unique. I want to keep low and just bring us as close as possible. Someone singing? Trying to see if we can get a feel on who it is, just so you get an idea. There. It's one of the bats. Which begs the question, like I said, the bats seem a little too human in design. And I believe if you I believe they're singing. The one singing is doing so in Latin, if I'm not mistaken. Remember that games have to give you the equivalent. They can't be strictly in, much like stories have to give you equivalence for comparison. So no, in universe, they're not actually singing Latin. In the story of Elden Ring, more than likely they'd be singing some other lost, known but largely forgotten tongue. And I wonder if the difference the bats are degraded versions of these. But it's interesting to know. Again, all this is near a minor Erd tree. And yes, I see you. Yeah. I imagine it's much like a parent singing to their child, if I had to take a guess. Yeah. And the singer is obviously much stronger. Wow. That was a full refill. Man. Golden Rune 6, yeah. Basically, you can take the strength of the rune to give you an idea of... Yeah, sliver of meat, yeah. But yeah, you can take those runes as an indication of how far along the... I guess you would call it how high up in the hierarchy a being is on the food chain. And 6 means that's a hell of a jump from the 1s and 2s you get from most of the others. Seems to be a castle further that way. But yeah. And that mausoleum is still stomping around. But let's see. We went... I suppose this is good enough for this area. So we went through that. We got through this minor Erd tree, where we can come back if we need to pick up tarnished sunflowers. Which actually, for having our namesake... By the way, sliver of meat. A slice of thinly carved beast flesh, material used for crafting items. The dried meat toughens the constitution. Note that we got that from living from a human, so our definition of beast is quite broad, theoretically. Let's see. The other thing... Yeah. Runes are nourishment for the development. Those born at the foot of the Erd Tree are blessed. At least that is the enduring belief of the people of the plateau. Okay, so the people who live by the Erd Tree believe it's still blessed, regardless of what may come of the contrary. Still, Erd trees are powered and fueled, their roots anyway, by... Erd trees are obviously fueled and powered by the corpses of those they feed upon. A large flower that blooms facing the Erd tree. Material used for crafting items found near minor Erd trees. Though wilted and faded, it still retains holy essence. So there's something, even being tarnished, still something divine holds to it. Okay, well that would explain why I never noticed these guys before. They're coming out of the ground. I'm kind of hoping they do. There it is. Guardian's Sword Spear. I was waiting to see this. Weapon comprised of a long handle and a broad blade sharpened from the hard wood of old trees. Wielded by the guardian of minor Erd trees known as experts in the art of combat. The power of this weapon scales greatly with dexterity. Yep. It's heavy. But it is still... Spear, and that's more a halberd. Partisan, we need 3 more strength, or 5 more for that. The pickaxe, large pickaxe designed to crack thick bedrock, tool of sturdy miners. Not originally designed as a weapon, but very adept at piercing armor. Little wretches, do you think your armor is harder than stone? Yeah. So the Claymen, Claymen are... Yeah. There's another way to take it that they're coming out of the ground. It's that they're embedding themselves in the roots and they're being pulled up, and they pull themselves up as needed. So they're nourishing the tree as they are there, and then when they don't need to be. That's another interpretation. Well, that's an idea, okay? Alright, thin beast bones, so that should give us enough to really make some arrows if we need to. Alright. So, the Church of Pilgrimage. Yep. I just think I want some more mind. I seriously think I'm just going to keep pumping mine till I can use. Because let's see. That's 91, we get about 3 for each, and you require, what is it, 109? No, 100. Okay, so not that much. And I think he's one of the more expensive ones, so... There's a really cheap one that you get later on. Though, actually... Oh, no. I'm being stupid. What can I say? Sorry guys, there's no one really out here to help you. The aristocrat boots. Yeah. So, we went up to the minor Erd tree, saw just about everything up there. So let's check what's further south. Well, south and west. As far as why they roll, it is kind of funny, but I found out that them rolling makes them just faster than a horse. Like, than a standard trot for a torrent. So if you trot behind one that's rolling, you will not catch up to it officially. Which is kind of a funny effect, but... Which tells me that it's a survival mechanism born of them being used to dealing with horse riders. Which is kind of an interestingly specific kind of evolution. Alright, there's a stake of Marika, which means there's something here. Rats. Tombsward Ruins. More rats. More rats. Yeah, Roma fruits. More beast liver. Okay, Trina's lilies. Another jail. Yeah, there's a lot compact here. What do they say? Enemy ahead. Unsurprising. Yeah, what the hell? Lots of rats. No. Somebody... Some kind of advanced swordsman at the very least. He's dressed differently, and he's hidden his face. Interesting. Be wary of pair, though for time for luring out. Oh, there was a pair of them? Oh. I was supposed to get overwhelmed by there being two of them. Well, that's unfortunate. And he's using fiery bolts. Well, you're quite the swordsman, aren't you? Problem is, I have enough stamina to just carve through you. Be wary of liar. Door ahead. Alright. No trap ahead. So I'm going to roll. Okay. Nope. Winged Scythe. This is a lot of people's favorite weapon, I know that. Sacred Scythe, resembling a pair of white wings, deals holy damage. According to pagan belief, white-winged maidens are said to be death's gentle envoys. Jump and imbue the wing blade armament with light, then deliver a slashing attack to the enemy. The white wings impede stamina recovery actions using a flask of tears. Okay, that's why. So it stops you from healing, so that people can just press on the damage. Okay. Not my taste, but hey. And there's a jail, another jail. And this is the Weeping Effort Jail. I don't think I really want to deal with a boss right now for that. Still, that explains the stake of Marika. Guards. More that, again, and now more of these translucent ones, and headless to boot. Now that's an interesting combination. But still, physical enough to be hurt. But can teleport, just like we saw in the Fringe Folks prison, too. So this is obvious. Now, these guys are a little more competent with it. He's actually using the teleport to avoid my attacks. Mausoleum Greaves. Greaves worn by headless soldiers who endlessly guard wandering mausoleum, rust-worn and stained through unending conflict. So it is worth noting that in this the fourth, okay, Church of Marika. It's worth noting, though, taking a look at it, the Greaves are basically worn down. Again, another sacred tear. And I imagine if we rest, we'll be able to talk with Melina and hear the words of Marika for the fourth temple. Actually, no. There are no words for this place. And I will state again, take a look. Marika's leaned forward. Marika is, you know, her feet aren't touching, are sort of rooted, as if she's being held up. Where Radagon's were on the ground, he was planted very seriously. And again, note the robe. It doesn't seem natural. It doesn't feel like part of her clothing. It feels like something else that's holding her up. Notice around the edges, there are symbols. All the way through. I think many of the people have read into it that Marika is being held not hostage or prisoner, perhaps, so much as she's holding something back. We can see flourishes of it. Like, the fact that this winds around the way it does reminds me very much of the last boss, the Elden Beast. So it's more that she's clutching at a gate, trying to hold it closed, doing what she can to persevere. I don't know if she's honestly resisting it, resisting the encroaching force, the greater will, so much as she's simply trying to preserve what is important to her, in my eyes. Marika's unwanted child is another term. The tower. Return to our home bathed in rays of gold. The tower is a connection to a shortcut to there? We'll have to see. Now, these wandering mausoleums do have various import, but I can't really do anything with it, so I'm going to leave it alone for right now. I mostly just wanted to get across the idea that, yes, these mausoleums are guarded by these headless ones. The same headless ones you'll find, the same kind of spiritual beings you'll find buried all the way down in the catacombs. Another ruin. Oh, something's here. Witchbane Ruins. Guarded by... yeah. That's a whole arc of the story we'll get to later. I'm mostly just putting it on the map for future reference. Because, yeah. We'll be dealing with that another time, lore-wise. We don't have anywhere near the information we need to deal with that. That's just a broader implication of some of the stuff that's coming up. Those puppets are one of many threats. And out here, all the way beyond, a lost grace, and only the bell tolling. Oh, and a merchant. Oh, hello, good friend. Isolated merchant shack.
Well, there's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help here at the end of the earth?
Let's see what he has. Ah, there it is. He has several items we'll be interested in. Let's start with the lantern. Attached to waist to illuminate surroundings. Use once to turn on and turn off again. While its light is dimmer than that of a torch, it has the advantage of freeing up the user's hands. Very much want this. Festering bloody finger. This lets you play. The furrowed finger is blackened with blood congestion. It seems to have been chopped off rather unceremoniously. Arteria leaf. Dark red leaves with thick, swollen veins. Material used for crafting items. Exceedingly rare to find. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins. Stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. More smithing stones. This is all found throughout the lands between, and mining galleries built to excavate it can be found everywhere. The more stone sword keys. Lost ashes of war. Unable to apply Any kind of affinity in the current state, but can be used by smithing master Hugh of the Round Table to recreate other ashes. Thus does the copy pass into becoming the genuine article. A Zweihander. Just about the largest sword a mere man is capable of swinging. True to its name, it is designed to be wielded with both hands, but those of merely ordinary strength will still struggle to do so. The long blade is heavy and sharp, sending foes reeling back with its broader strokes, while also capable of a devastating piercing thrust. Arrows, great arrows, bolts, ballista bolts, sacrificial twigs, believed to be twig pruned from the Erd tree long ago, and Wandering Mausoleum, contains information about them.
Have a safe...
Thank you. And you stay safe as well, my friend. As far as that note about the Wandering Mausoleums, you need to clean up around its feet first. Basically those white points of skulls. That's where you're going to be looking. But now, as far as it goes, a beach. And some poor... those who live in death, I believe. I don't think these are just... I think these are skeletons. No? Wow. Huh. Remember hearing about a boat of tarnish that were left behind. Perhaps these are them? They're definitely stronger than most. And there's so many of them. Like, and there looks to be even a huge horde over there. Interesting. Yeah, there's all parts of a broken ship. Yeah. And look at them all. This was actually unheard of in the previous Souls games, just because having a horde like this would have been fantastic freaking fodder for farming. Alright. Nope, got me. Got me good. Yeah. There's a lot of these guys. They're rotted and broken, but all they drop is a mushroom, the fungus that's building in them. Huh. And there's more and more and more of them. Yeah. But otherwise, they're just wandering around. Lost. And we'll follow the shore around, see if there's anything else hidden along it. These penguin-like birds. Doesn't seem like much. I very much imagine a lot of the deaths I'm seeing are due to people walking off into the water. And then there's this. Let's go. There we go. Man, that damaged me. Huh. Well, we are getting stronger, aren't we? Hmm? There's a point whistling with power. Oh, it's just a, one of the bugs. Nice as the refills are. More land octopuses. Opportunistic scavengers that they are. Nope. Okay. That should be fine. Nice. Can I get it? Nope, too slow. Still, not the worst. And just for a golden rune too. But the runes they gave us were sure nice. Still. The area gives us an idea of life in this place is interesting. So all the people here have lost their mind. I guess these guys are just trying to work up, we're trying to work up the nerve to get away from here. Build a boat and go out. Or maybe they did try, and these are the endless results of their attempts to try and build a boat to get out of the lands between. If so, or perhaps they're the less fortunate souls who failed. Because the thing is, they're all facing out. They only face in when we start getting close by. So, that would lead one to believe they're looking more to escape and get out, but don't have a way to. And that ghost did mention this tower over here, so maybe we'll go explore that. Oh my, lots of bats. Nice. But yeah. It's worth noting that every single one of these grave sites is... we never find one that has all the tombs unopened. They are all cracked or opened or reached inside at some level. They've all been plundered and desecrated. Not that we aren't doing the same. But it is worth noting. Alright. another thing that's also around is a lot of wolves. Yep. Yeah. And yeah, that's the upside of learning of the mechanic they developed where you get charges back based on killing groups. Because they're easy prey that you can refill on. But yeah, every single one of these groups of coffins is desecrated. There might be one with one or two that has an unopened one that I'm not thinking of, but as far as I'm aware, almost every one of those sets of coffins for sky burials have been touched, desecrated, and altered in some way. Alright. And now the tower. There's a crossbow at the top, so we're going to have to be real careful about that. More screaming. I assume the screaming is coming from... Oh no, it's hard to tell where that screaming is coming from. I love that they see me and just ignore me. And since he's on the horse, he doesn't have his shield out. So... Yep. Gilded Great Shield. Nice. Alright. Without the knights, all that's left is the footmen. Tower of Return. Indeed. So that was a hint that wherever this tower leads will return you to where someone wants to be. Well, mostly I'm coming up here to get rid of the guy on the crossbow so I can go explore and shut up those guys out screaming. There we go. So, obviously this chest teleports you. So we'll come back to that. Oh, it's the horse. Because I killed the rider, not the horse, so... And the horse just runs away from you. Yeah, more bolts. Just put those people out of their misery. assume it's these three screaming. Endlessly. But yeah, if I get closer, it's not... Huh. Too bad I can't hold out row of seeds. Wonder if they'd come closer. I wonder. If you leave row of seeds, will they... Well, you can't lock on to them. Can you just silence them just for their... just out of pure mercy's sake? Nope. 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 Huh. I kind of thought maybe they'd be able to... Maybe a trick would be you could feed it. But no. Nope. They're just endlessly screaming. Well... Shall we go see where the Tower of Return will take us? So where does someone want to return to? It's probably someplace far, far from here. So where will that be? Ensnared in a transporter trap. Yep. And it is. Lanedale, the royal capital. Yeah, that is a hell of a place to have to come back to. Far, far from the fringes of where we are. And you'll also notice every point that we could teleport to is now blocked off. Teleport traps tend to do this, where you're kind of screwed until you find your way back. But luckily in this case, that's relatively simple. Because remember, this place was meant as a Tower of Return. This was meant to be used as a way to get back to the capital. And yes, we're here in the capital, at the foot of the Great Erd Tree. But we have no way of reaching the main capital at this point. All we can reach is out here. And we managed to upset the locals. By the way, let that HP bar not moving tell you about just how weak we are. And yep. Oh yeah, we stand no chance. Make no mistake. But that's not the point. I'm just gonna grab my runes and I'm out your hair. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. It's worth noting that this was a way to get back to the capital from the fringes of the Empire. tunnel. Tower return. I think we've hit most of it. We still have to find the catacomb, but... Actually, let's head back to the Bridge of Sacrifice. Because we've been exploring the east side of the Weeping Peninsula. So let's head to the south. Well, I didn't kill these soldiers. Hello. She's blind.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander.
Indeed.
I fear for father's life. The servants are full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
We'll deliver the leather, sure.
Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this.
Irina's leather.
Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please. Please, he can be stubborn.
Okay, a dutiful daughter, though blind and alone in the world, still concerned about her father. A tender moment, but this is a Souls game. You probably already know where this story is going. And yeah, these soldiers were all the ones helping her. And unfortunately, there's not much left to say. Irina's fate is probably sealed. A whole... They managed to take out even a caravan. And what are left are the hounds and a giant besides. They're too exhausted. What I find interesting here is that the giant hasn't woken up. Too exhausted. A morning star. Why the weapon? Another blunt, much like the flail, does the same as the flail, but has more attack power. Yeah, it's at 136 base versus the 180. Yeah, no, that's really good. We'll be going back to our staff for the magic, but that's still good to know. flail was one of the nice ones. Yeah, get used to fighting these dogs. You're about to find a lot of them. Here, the misbegotten former servants. And that's it. Who are full of love. What might have changed suddenly? Because this is obviously a very new situation. So what could possibly have happened relatively recently? Mighty shot, the Ash of War. So that's probably someone we can apply to a bow, one could imagine. And we're out the other side. Oh. I see a fire where there's usually a merchant. And even a lost grace. So we've made quite the found quite the find already. Let's see. And indeed.
Buying or selling?
Buying, hopefully. Ooh, another cracked pot. That always comes in handy. Another stone sword. Now he sells iron scale. Demi-human mobs. Why not? And he sells the crossbow. A bow fixed to a stock, deals good damage, is simple to use, but requires reloading bolts. Yep. Light needs to handle, but cannot offer damage of metal shield. Its emblem is an ancient thorn design. Though it isn't much, it boosts fire damage negation. Okay, so a wooden shield with better fire. And a crimson amber medallion, but we already have one, so we're good.
Be well.
Oh. This guy's not about as blunt as they come, but hey. We're here for business. And now about those mobs. Slay demi-human mob's leader first, and the rest will lose hope and panic. Seems fairly simple, but it's good to know that that is a mechanic, considering that it seems demi-humans will be the problem of this area. Now, we came through that narrow passage. And yet another lost grace all the way, although only here already. Might as well activate it. And a tower. And well, lots to see out here. White wolf and its entire pack, acting as the Missed it. Yep. Nice work. There we go. Alright. There seems to be a puzzle, perhaps? Seek 3 wise beasts. Now, these towers are all locked up. Personal secrets. And like they say, they want you to seek 3 wise beasts. Yep. Nope. Nope. Alright. Okay. Mostly it was dangerous because I wasn't paying attention to my health. Now, 3 wise beasts are usually hidden just in the immediate area, but they're going to be in awkward locations usually. So, they won't always be immediately obvious. For example, there's your hint. There's one. And they can be pretty far off, but they're always around, and there's always 3 of them. Let's see. Let's say, I believe one. I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've done one of these. So, Oridis Rise. Ah, there's one. These phantom turtles. And the third. Because bear in mind, they're not actual physical turtles, so they can get kind of creative with where they hide. Some of them are rather clever, too. They're wise beasts, after all. Starlight Shards. Let's say, I don't remember specifically, but it doesn't hurt to take a look around and view from the high ground, so to speak. Let's see. Trying to remember if there was a hint for this one. Because I know the invisible one is always the invisible one out by the lake is one that gave me some trouble. Just down and seek it. Let's see. Yeah, because the vent just brings you up over here. As I say, I'm pretty sure the turtle isn't this way. This is just a way down. Oh, arterial leaf. I'm trying to remember what those end up being used for. Oh! And the other one was just right in front. There it is. Okay. I'm thinking of the later ones that make it much harder. But Oridis' Rise. So as you can imagine, Oridis is one of several major mages. They had their own private towers where they conducted their research. And here we get a memory stone. Gives us an extra slot automatically. So we don't have to do anything, we now just have 3 slots to put magic into. A lot of people try to just jump off, but never been the type. Still, yeah. So, I imagine these belong to each of the major parts of Raya Lucaria. When we get to the debate hall in there, we can talk about what each of the rises and maybe their potential names. But it does make sense. Beside the crater-pocked glade. Now one would imagine that the relation to this right here, the crater-pocked glade. We can see some type of mages digging holes where something has fallen in. It's clear something has arrived here. And they've worked together to summon one of these gravity wielding mages. Yep. Yep. Yep, got pulled in. Oh, screw you. I love that he jumps when you cast. It's one of the reasons I love this spell. It is so useful. But alright. So here's a question. Do you think these mages were here in this tower that are probably very much disciples of Oridis were here first? Or did this meteor stuff crash down? Because it's clear they're collecting the rocks, the stones from this. Yeah. Gravity stone fan. Yep. And again, note that these have that same golden glow that was at the bottom of a mine. And what did they drop? fan-shaped gravitational shockwave. Shard of rock found in the wake of a meteorite strike. It is imbued with a particularly weighty magic. The desperate ones who scavenge these shards dub themselves Star Callers. And maybe that's all they call are just these meager stars. Yeah. Great dragonfly heads. They've got their uses. Basically antidote boluses, but hey, they have a use. Oh, it's kind of funny just how many places there are. But yeah, and here we have a mausoleum. The one that we were pointed towards earlier. Not that the presence of countless tombstones wouldn't have given this place away anyway, but hey. The Impaler's Catacomb. How much we need? 62. There. Grab a quick level. Almost there. But yeah. Be wary of left. Because nice. Actually, let's compare real quick. Ashes of War. Actually, what I want to do is take the magic off there. Put it on here. And see how we handle using the Morning Star for a bit. Because the flail has kind of an awkward swing. It's heavier on the Morning Star, but... Oh! Damn! I kind of like that. Kind of hit like a ton of bricks. Oh yeah. Just throw them to the abyss. Okay. Yep. And of course the door is closed. The depths of the catacombs are unavailable to us. Remember though, these guys are only interested in killing you and stopping your advancement into the catacombs. So if one's just willing to throw daggers at you, there's probably a trap. Like so. Yep. That's usually what it is. Nice. Yeah, I think I'll be keeping the Morning Star. Yeah, I think that works for me. Okay. Alright. There's nothing in there, but that means this is a trap. Is there anything worth risking over? Oh, that's cute. It's even his head turned towards me. That should be enough. I think it takes 2 to kill him. Yep. Take a chug. Might as well, just in case I get another boost. Alright, I don't see any others. Hey, they drop smithing stones? You know, I genuinely did not know that. Still. Yeah, I think we'll be sticking with the Morning Star. It just hits, and the amount of bleed is very nice. See, jumping off, down. Ah, right. Welcome to the newest trap of this. A ceiling crush trap. Just so you can get a better idea, yes, the ceiling is covered in spikes. No, it's... Oh, hi, Lynx. How's it going? No, it's not... And no, it's not instant death. The chariot is still deadlier? I've survived being caught up there once or twice. So my suggestion is generally take a moment, assess the room before you enter, especially when you see open rooms like this with nothing in it. That's always your big clue that there's going to be something that's going to kill you like this. But in this case, I'm gonna say, I believe this one, yeah, you need to drop down. If I remember correct, yeah. Sometimes you do. Well, I'm glad to hear it, Lynx. Now down here... Oh, glad you're feeling better. Alright. These guys, again, these will be like the guys who... yeah, see, they have a lot of HP. Like these guys at the beach, they're just not... Your best bet, just keep your distance. And just chip them off if you can. They're not that strong. I know I'm being kind of silly about this. I mean, I can very easily just go in and start swinging, because the problem is, because these guys do bleed. But they're also hollowed out, so they don't have any... The problem is, they just keep coming. Which is nice and bad all at the same breath. Yeah. I just wanted to show that off, that they keep coming. General rule of survival in the Soul series, stick to the sides of rooms. It'll give you a better chance to assess your situation. And yes, there's just a lot of these guys getting out of the floor. Not much you can do about it, or to them. Because if you just keep killing them, you're just wasting your time and resources. Nice source of runes, but you're gonna probably get killed by something long before you reach getting real use out of it. Anyway, There we go. So now we've opened the door to the boss. Yeah. Yeah. And like I've told you all before, status effects are exist to basically punish you for being too defensive and hiding behind your shield. Alright. We don't have a huge amount of runes, so we can head straight to the boss and try and get a feel for it. Oh boy. Try wolf? Oh. Well, good thing that's what we're on still. Yeah. Oh, yay. It's one of... Okay. Great, I'm stuck. Stuck. Gonna run. While I get my stamina up. Okay. Ow. Wow. Just perfect. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm really... Okay. So yeah. Bye-bye. Okay. Now, near as I can figure... So what we'll really need is glintstone arc to try and clear the room out. So what we'll do is go wolf, then try and heal, and then go from there. Okay. Yep. Yep. Ow. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'm not going to worry too much about now. Okay. Ow. Yep. Come on. Chug. Yep. Okay, managed to avoid that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wolves. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Yeah, now we're good. Okay. Yeah, no, we should be good now. Yeah, because the burial watchdogs are basically... I mean, in melee, they're friggin' lethal. Because that drop attack has greater range than you think it does. Whew. Just enough shots. And demi-human ashes. Interesting. So this is where demi-humans were put to rest. Spirits of demi-humans that are small in stature, but have a violent, brutish disposition. Though they seem somewhat intelligent, when night falls, their blood boils and they become feral. So, in this catacomb, beastmen were put to rest. Which makes sense, considering they seem to be living here and they were considered servants. which is a point of distinction or honor almost. Alright. So then it wasn't until that sense of honor position was suddenly something happened here that caused them to change suddenly. 66. Yeah, there was something else that changed here. I think we just need 3. Nope, just a little over. Okay. And that puts us at 100. Though we'll use up everything, we can now use the Night Eng Ball. Alright. Though I do still want to, at some point here, and this was apparently like a wall, or this was either a wall or a gate at some point, and something blew straight through it. Well, let's see. Well, it's covered in vines, so it happened a long time ago. But something came crashing through. And what do we find at the end of the path that they crashed through? More of these ruins. Oh! Oh, good thing these things did crash through. Otherwise I'd have no cover from that. Oi. But yeah, this is clearly what crashed through. And of course they put the map right there where you can get shot. Okay, so after this, the next shot. Alright, grabbing the map. Pricks. I know people do that on purpose just so you get caught. Alright, so we now have a map of the full peninsula. Can't look at it at the moment because we're in combat technically, because we're getting shot at. Yeah. Is that... Yeah, that looks like a... Looks like a ball that's more for a goodie. Poison Mist? Interesting. The new map has found the Weeping Peninsula. So, hello Crowsy. So we finally have the Weeping Peninsula map. So we've been fairly thorough on hitting up every major thing. No, I'm pretty good at the moment. Like I tagged it, this is more so me trying to piece together lore bits. Okay, so we have the Poison Swamp here. Now, no, I'm pretty good for the moment myself. Note, though, good thing to note, Torrent is a spirit horse. Torrent is immune to status effects. Somehow, we aren't. Unfairly. Torrent is immune to the status effects and can march through this marsh like nobody's business. Trust me, it hurts you a lot. And there's slimes, and it just overall it's an unpleasant time to be in this thing. Now, I keep alluding to the... oh, wow. I didn't think you could get shot from up here. Okay. Nope. This is a fresh playthrough. Now, these are all the most decayed stuff. Store them. The corpses. Did not know you could get shot up there. Huh. Alright. Suppose we should deal with this. Alright, go on. Take your shot, buddy. You get one more. And that sucks for you, because now I'm at your ankles. Note how damaged this guy is already. Come on, do I get the good kill? Do I get the good kill? Yes! It is worth noting, however, from a story perspective, that this guy was here, and the only other one we've seen up to this point was marched all the way up in Lanedale Castle. But then this place was also directly connected to the capital by the Tower of Return, which is a far cry from the situation you find to the north for Fort Height. Note, there's almost no support for Fort Height. Like, none. Castle Morn and Fort Height are obviously considered two wholly different scales. Kenneth Height holds the whole of Limgrave, which is, honestly, by and large, apparently considered nothing. We start in an area where it is, I mean, the fringe folk hero's grave kind of says it all. This place is considered almost nothing, and they left it to be because it didn't matter. And what changed is the recent arise of Godric, and him enforcing new rules that upset the locals, that upset the demi-humans, probably forcing them to work harder, forcing them to, endure much harsher treatment. So much so that eventually Castle Morn is attacked from the inside. The Siege of Castle Morn, a lone hero fights for his vengeance, only to fall at the hands of Lord Godfrey. So, during a past battle of Castle Morn, Godfrey himself had to intervene. Rather, the newest, because the new lord is Godric, of the lineage of the Golden Order, but nowhere near as Godric the Grafted is nowhere near what his ancestors were. Alright. And now that we're at the Castle Morn lift, I do want to go over to the table real quick. Yeah, because I just want to improve the Morning Star real quick. Got enough runes, I want to just hit that. It's what I specialize in. The stories of these games is what really... Oh, holy crap! Okay, you gotta understand, folks. I've never seen this man outside of his room. Holy crap! I did not know you had legs, buddy. Well, yes I do. You have to fight him later, but still. If you take long enough, he actually doesn't even, he comes out of his room.
Oh, this is a rare occasion.
You're telling
I
me?
can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table. Very well. As your senior, I bid you welcome.
And thank
It
you.
is safe here. You may let down your guard.
Theoretically, however, you are a troublesome problem all your own.
Allow me a word of advice. As your senior, you are a mere visitor to the round table. Nothing more. A house guest. Yet to earn their keep.
Okay.
Remember your place, newcomer.
Yeah. And you wonder why the Golden Order fell apart.
There's nothing left to say.
Okay, he has nothing more.
Be sure to tell me if you meet her. She's a servant to mine. She's been my companion. I've lost count of the number of... Honestly.
Alright, so, yep, not there, and D's got nothing else. And you're just looking to teach. But yeah, I don't know if it's a time thing, or it's dictated by the number of... I don't know if it's a time thing or it's dictated by how many Lost Graces you activate. I've never seen him out here. He's always been in his room. Which makes me wonder... Because what I was planning to do for this lore playthrough, I'm going to go through as much of the map as I can before I defeat a single one of the major bosses. And now I'm curious if that brings up new options. Because the map is designed so that you can get to a lot of places without needing to touch things.
Well, where have you been hiding?
I'm exploring.
You for dead?
No.
No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms then.
Alright. Yeah, I like the Morning Star, so I'm going to stick with that for now, so... Yeah, no, definitely going to keep... Also want to get the demi-human staff up. Okay. Still, that is... I sincerely didn't know... Okay. Somber smithing stone, I'm not going to use that dagger. Anything else? No, we're pretty good. I mean... As far as the staffs go, you're probably best off using one of the two major mages ones. The two crystal mage ones. I'm just trying to think. Oh, we do have one of the stores. You know, might as well. We have one of the stone sword keys. Might as well. Because this gets us into the dining hall. That is sealed off. And in it, Crepus's Black Key crossbow and Black Key bolts. If you're going to use a crossbow, this is one of the nicer ones if I remember right. Black crossbow featuring a long stock. It's used for sniping and has a very long range. Weapon of Crepus, who served the Two Fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as head confessor. Yeah, if you're going to use them, yeah, this is the crossbow to use. One of the nicer ones. Again, that long range comes in handy. As far as his bolts, I was going to say, bolts used in the crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spile trip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. So yeah, biggest thing is it does inflict scarlet rot buildup, which is devastating. but we don't have us two. I believe this one requires 2 stone sword keys, and we don't have any. But there is another chest, and this is in the cooking area. So Krampus left his crossbow behind, but we've not met anyone named Krampus. So what happened to him? And anything else to say, Fia? How about you?
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold the blessing is still aflame? Would you like to be held? Then good day.
Yeah, we're good for now. Still. Fia, huh? Yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, no, I've never seen him outside. That is amazing. Okay. So yeah, I wonder if you go a long time without defeating any of the bosses, because yeah, this will be blocked shut, and this won't open, and he won't go into the room, as far as I know, until you reach there. Huh. Actually. Ah. Okay, so hang on. The Erd Tree and Langdale, the capital. Marika, Radagon, and Godfrey. The first Elden Lord. Forgive me, I'm just trying to get clearer pictures of each. Huh. His hand. It's drawn him in the... That's interesting. Because the position he's in the painting is essentially the T-pose that he's in the statue back in the Church of Pilgrimage. Interesting. Marika's painting, as ever, doesn't show her face. Yeah, no. There's and this is a way to get down. Well, I might as well show it off. I only have 263. There is only one place in this entire area that is not protected by the Sanctum magic that keeps you from attacking, and that's down here. However, by exiting it, Mad Tongue Albrecht. Reverential bow. Yeah. Yep. 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 Ow. 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 Cool. Yep. This guy's rough. Okay. Mist is just going to try and... Yeah. Yeah. That's scythe combo. Yep. Okay. Yep. Ow. no, this guy's rough. Yeah. My suggestion is waiting until you're stronger, but... Yep. I'm here now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he's... Nope, you can't summon to help with this, and it just is. Okay. You can try to run away. There is one item here. The Cipher Pata. That's what you come down here for. It's a unique weapon. There is a way back into the rest of the stronghold, but but yeah, the weapon you're looking for is the Cipher Pata. It's technically a fist/clap. It is also one of the few times you can do pure holy damage. One of the weapons originating from the two fingers, a formless sequence of ciphers comprise its blade, and as such, no shield can repel it. Deals holy damage. The furtive inscription appears to hang in the air, in the language of light spoken by the two fingers. Imbue the cipher blade with light, then lunge forward with a sudden piercing attack. This attack cannot be blocked. You need faith, you need 30 faith, and it is C scaling, so it does some real damage when you can wield it. But that's not our build and our kind, but it is something you can get your hands on. So just be aware, folks. Anyway, we got what we really came for, which was the weapon improvement. So let's head to Morn Castle's lift. Just trying to think. I don't think that's actually anything. I think that's just general ruins. Because I know the demi-human forest remains. I'm truly trying to remember. I don't remember that being anything. Oh, what the hell? The ramparts. Let's go check it out. Oh, it's getting kind of dark. Oh, you know what? The other thing I can do, actually, to free some weight up. Take the torch off and then put on my down the lantern I bought. There we go. Because that is something I did, as I did get my hands on the lantern, so I don't need to have both hands occupied in the dark. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I think that did pretty good and was worth the money. Well, yellow and... oh, God's right. No. This is a thing. This is our introduction to this. Yep. Say hello to the frenzy status effect. Oh boy. Oh, this is a special kind of hell we walked into. I forgot about this. Okay. I forgot completely about this region just because it is one of those, I go in, I grab what I want, and I leave. Frenzy as a status effect is... Then again, I'm also just mostly sore, because Frenzy in this game is not as bad as it was in the game they introduced it in, which is Bloodborne. I call crap. Eye of Yalog. Yep, here we go. Yeah. See those eyes that are bright yellow? Like they're a flame? Yeah. We're about to get real up. Alright. Officially, it's called the Flame of Frenzy. Yeah. In this particular case, this took root in a town that is... Oh, we can summon. Alright, let's have Engball out. Alright. So there is a lot to take in, but these guys. That pose. Ooh! That's a hell of a lunge. Alright. We'll deal with the village first. The Ailing Village. So, do you think it was called that before, or that just a new name? Alright. Oof. That was... Yeah. Note that these guys are all in this extremely uncomfortable pose of just being stretched. And the rats... I'm surprised you do... Well, you also hit it indirectly. Flame Crest Wooden Shield. Now, wooden shields are usually indicative of someone who doesn't have access to enough metal or the money to get a solid metal shield. Because generally speaking, when it comes to protections, a metal shield is usually the more preferable option. Okay. Kalu Baptismal Church. Yeah. Wow. Yep. More golden runes that are common to rats just because they're rats, so they eat everything they can and it builds up in their system. The Flame of Frenzy. And of course, this is still a church dedicated to Marika. But this is the Kalu Baptismal Church. And we got the Frenzy Flame. Let's see. Incantation originating from the maddening three fingers. Sorry, I'm holding up three fingers as I'm talking. Never mind. Causes the yellow flame of frenzy to burst forth from the caster's eyes. Charging increases the range. The flame of frenzy deals damage and causes buildup of madness. The incantation also causes the buildup of madness in the caster, and is only effective against tarnished. That's an interesting point. The Flame of Frenzy only effective against Tarnished. So this is a weapon that is targeted specifically to us. That's an interesting point. Give me a sec. So, Tarnished, the people of Godfrey who were banished, died, and then were brought here. So, that is extraordinarily specific. Poison, no. Rot, don't too well. The death that begets life. That comes to all equally. That is to say, is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. So, in addition, the other things we picked up in this area... let's see. Yellow Ember. An ember taken from the eye socket of a corpse. A sign that the deceased suffered from the Flame of Frenzy. This grape has ripened and burst. Okay, so... yeah. We'll get into what the grapes are later. Let's see. Anything else we pick up? Not especially. But yeah. So this isn't a church of Marika, it's a Callaloo baptismal. And the Ailing village as well. So perhaps the village was known... okay, so maybe the village was known as the Ailing village because the people there ailed from the yellow. Okay, I could buy that. Perhaps. Well, we'll have to wonder. In the meantime, let's head back to the Castle Morn lift. Because that's where we were heading in the first place. Restock. And let's head on in. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Castle Morn. Amid the revolution. It's clear there were a lot of people living here, a lot of soldiers. And now, well, a lot of the other servants are killed. It wasn't just the masters who were killed. Anyway, once again, we bring out Eggball. Trust me, we're gonna need the help. There's plenty of... There we can see one of the scaling has begun. which was a boss at one of the, was it Morn Tunnel? Nice. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Ingval's doing the work. This is also a great place to get. Apparently, this is also a great place to get smoldering butterflies. Nice. Ooh, nice hit. Give it to Ingval. The man knows his work. Air interrupts. But again, I'm being less subtle, and you can pick this place apart just as much as you can charge through. It's just as easy, but the real reason they give you a second is over there. Another of those, what do they call them, pumpkin heads? Anyway. So we might as well get him out the way, because he's the real reason that they give you a second pair of hands. Yeah. There we go. Now that it's up. Yep. Man, the size of that rock. Nice. Yep. And yes, if you walk into the fires, they can hurt you. Alright. Check over here, because I was going to say, there's usually an extra item or two. And I'm sure... Oh, Ingval's stuck. Alright. There it is. Nice. Just some more smithing stones, but hey. Don't knock it. The more we have, the less we have to farm for later. But yeah, the main courtyard is nothing but an array of corpses piled high. With one figure particularly burned. There's another area. Okay, this is the limit of Ingval, so past here, we'll be on our own. Well, something broke. Might as well let... Nope, that was the end for Ingval. Okay. There's a chest, but there's also means... There's someone here who's going to take advantage the second I try to open it. Or maybe not. A claymore. For strength builds, of course. But then, there's the Zweihander, there's always so many options. Celebrating their victory. They were brought this knight out back to execute him. He probably hid back here in the back of the larder, hoping to avoid the fate the rest of the place was undergoing, but unfortunately he was found. After all, few people know the place like the people will know the place like the people who work there. And I wonder if we climb up here if we can get a better view, or perhaps simply avoid the fighting altogether. After all, our task here was to deliver a letter. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Nice. And yeah, this would be a way if you... Basically, if you didn't want to fight the Pumpkinhead, this would be a back way to get you into here. Which is right there where the Pumpkinhead was, so... Back ways, multiple paths. Should be 2 and be done. Alright, and that's the end of my magic. So... Go to old reliable bow. Yeah. Nah, bows are good, but... Sorry, buddy. You're just not that up to snuff. Nope. 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 Get down. Yeah, no, I really love the Morning Star. There's a reason it was locked up. It really just does work out. Okay. The smoldering butterfly. Alright. Well, we're on our way through Castle Morn. We're up above, on the ramparts above. Alright. Well, might as well get the big winged one. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Get over here. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are aggressive as all get out, but their actual combat ability, yeah, leaves much to be desired. But their ferocity can make up for it. But, yeah. Yeah, but you can knock them around pretty good. Okay. Yep. Yeah, they're used to dealing with enemies with heavy shields, so being purely defensive is only going to get you punished here. Yeah. Again, these guys managed an insurrection against knights. Armed better and trained stronger than us. and they still managed to slaughter them. But even still, we managed to make it.
There's a face I've not seen before.
Hello.
I'm Edgar, warden of this castle, as ordained by Lord Godric himself. Well, you can see how things have turned out. The menials have all rebelled. They gave me good service, or so I thought. But it seems it was all an act. Foul creatures, as it said, and true enough, they're foul inside and out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but whatever you come here to do, I'm afraid Castle Morn won't hold much longer. Take this, by way of apology.
A sacrificial twig, yeah. Deliver Arena's letter.
I see. From Arena. Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain to ensure the treasured sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
So he's staying to ensure that the sword doesn't fall in the wrong hands, but all he's doing is sitting here.
If you see Arena, do tell her that her father will come for her once he's fulfilled his duty. If you see her father will come.
Indeed. Note, he's in service to Godric. Godric, who is effectively the newest of the major powers. And Godric views the demi-humans with utter disdain. So, whatever the difference is between what was before and the people who operated, and now, whatever it is, there is a major difference, and the demi-humans hate what has happened. The exact difference, though, we're not given enough information to know how this was before. Ah, here we go. A lost grace. Okay. Yeah, we're only at 28, so we're nowhere near leveling. But this does bring us to the backside of Castle Morn, which is where we need to go. Running and then jumping required ahead. Yeah, so if you want to make it that way, it's a little steeper of a fall, but you could go down there as well. So it's up to you, really. And we'll try the run. And we made it. Yeah. Now, your first instinct would be to drop down that narrow hole. I'll tell you right now, don't. I'm just looking to see where would it be the best place to. Because you'll notice that a lot of the misbegotten here aren't... They're kind of just sitting there dumbfounded and scared. There's nothing else there. Well, okay, let's fall for the trap. Might as well. I can go back to using the Demi-Human Queen staff. This one looks scared. And though I'd like to say it, it's a thing to note that the Misbegotten and the Demi-Humans are not the same thing. Whether it's just by physical features, but it's clear, whatever way you want to measure it, the two are not the same. That's not horrible, but I imagine this will do. Yeah, that should be the end of it. Yeah. Ah, that violin. I haven't talked about it yet, but the music in this game is absolutely haunting. There we go. Nice. It's worth understanding that these, again, the Misbegotten and the Demi-Humans, because we don't see any Demi-Humans mixed in. We see nothing here but Misbegotten. So whether that's because the Demi-Humans were driven out. Twin Blade Talisman. If I had to guess, that's more of the issue is the Demi-Humans got pushed out for these Misbegottens. But then the Misbegottens were also abused more. Because if you look at the positioning on the map, like, okay, this stretch of woods here is all Demi-Human territory, basically. We didn't see any Misbegotten, none of these guys like this, really until we got further south. So I'm willing to entertain the idea that they're basically being forced. They were being forced out, and further north. So they were forced to hide in the woods. And that's where, they ambushed Kenneth Height. I think he just ran afoul of the Rune Bears and just kind of got screwed. Huh. Still. It's interesting because you don't see as many of these Misbegottens as you do as the Demi-Humans that have spread around. Which makes me believe that the Misbegotten and the Demi-Humans are not one and the same. And later on, when we start getting introduced to omens, they're all variances. Okay. Nope, you going off the edge? Got it. Nice. A tarnished golden sunflower here. Is this... Wait. Fledgling Erd trees. Oh. Fledgling... Yeah, no, these are fledgling Erd... Oh. Which means this soil is choked with death enough that they can support an Erd tree. Interesting. Yeah. These are minor. They probably won't grow beyond their current size. But yeah, even these are seeds from the Erd tree. Alright. And now this. Okay. It's real easy to screw this up, but here's your tip. Line it up by facing down, then just walk straight. Once again. And that's what we got the lantern for. Okay. So. Look there. Should be about there. Perfect. Well, might as well. Might as well, I mean... Nice. Yep. Ow, ow, nope, nope, nope. Nope, that's not happening. Ow. Ah, good grief. Yep. Okay. Come on. There we go. There we go. Alright. And of course there's a Lost Grace, so we can come right back here. And don't have to deal with that again. And this was just a whip. I think that whip's presence here kind of says everything you really need to. Though what's interesting here is the presence of so many jellyfish. Oh, okay. Ow. Oh, wow, there's two of them. Okay. Well, I'm not staying. Yep. And now that they're down there... Wow. Huh. Nice. Huh. They have bows. Oh no, it's just the bow one. Okay, I was gonna say. Man, that hit like a truck. Then there's you, who have neither the FP nor the current HP to really deal with. And yeah. And then there's the boss, just sitting out there. Okay. So let's go rest and then refill and try again. Now it's worth imagining and understanding from a storyline perspective. That all of... Okay, these guys are just sleeping because they've done their job. Yeah. Nice. Oh, you're just a regular winged one. My bad. Overkill. Old Fang, nice. Okay. These jellyfish. You know, it's kind of odd there's so many of them. But they're not aggressive, so... Huh. They just... yeah. Crab. Is this one of the few times? Nope, I was gonna say, this is gonna be one of the only times you don't get one of the big ones? Of course not. Always get the big. You see little crabs? There is big crab. There is always crab. Crab Rangoon, crab under the moonlight, crab. Yep. Crab. And more crab eggs in case you wanted even more crab. Alright. And just some fire arrows. From just the poor prick who got caught by the giant crab. But yeah. I mean... there's not really much to say about these jellyfish. By and large, they're benign, relatively... They don't really do much. But I do wonder if there's something... They're spiritual creatures. They're translucent, like... The only spiritual creature that isn't translucent completely is friggin' Torrent. Alright. And we get a hand by the shape Castellan Edgar. And we'll get even more help. Because obviously he wants this sword back. Alright. Then once we get in the fight, Ball. And we begin. The Leonin Misbegotten. Now that's a nice heavy hit. I'm kind of in awe these guys doing this well off the bat. Still, trust me, this guy's got plenty of... The Leonin has got plenty of power to spare. He is one of your early rougher fights. Oh. Yep. Yep, there we go. Plenty of people have been real roughly worked by you. But between the three of us... Oh, I even got the critical hit. The Grafted Blade Greatsword. An item... Let's take a look at that. The storied sword of Castlemore, a revenger's weapon. It is burdened with oceans of anger and regret. One of the legendary armaments. A lone surviving champion from a country now vanished was so determined to continue fighting that he claimed the swords of an entire clan of warriors. Swear an oath upon the great sword to avenge the clan, temporarily raising all attributes for a certain duration. While the oath's effect are active, poise is also even increased. So, this is a heavy greatsword. You need 40 strength to lift this thing. It is heavy in many ways. In many ways. I don't have the strength to really wield it, so let that be what it is. But this was the weapon of Castle Morn, who sought revenge against a particular clan. And again, the Leonin heaped on all these bodies, all these corpses, killing them and killing them and killing them. Revenge, regrets, anger, pain, misery, all mix into a heady brew. And the grafted blade, Godric the Grafted, as we know, is the current lord of the Storm Castle. What's interesting about that is the idea that this is what has changed. This castle had lain dormant, abandoned ever since the fall of the Godfrey killed the Storm King. But even then, the two Engvall patrolled the castle and the lands, I assume, keeping the peace for those who lived there, even with the Storm King's fall. Until Godric came, likely killing both of the twins, both of the Stormwings, laying them to rest as per his beliefs in the Golden Order way, leaving them in the Fringe Folk hero's grave and the other catacomb, I think it was Murkwater Catacombs, where we found Engvalls. And we're at, 67 out of 7,000. So yeah, we just pop that, get a level. Okay. Probably some more mind. Int Dex would be nice. Endurance, extra strength. Yeah, we'll get that. Alright. Well, we have the blade in hand. So I suppose we should go... I suppose we should head back. We'll have to teleport. There's no easy... The reason they give you the extra Lost Grace is because there's no easy way. Sorry, just the light, the way the lighting works, I thought for a moment that was lit up for one particular reason, but no. Okay, well, we'll have to go back to the lift. And we'll head back through the main. And this time we'll take the whole way through. But yeah. Castle Moore. So again, the biggest difference, the misbegotten here never got. Alright. Yep. Got it. Yeah. It's really kind of sad. It's kind of sadly funny how good this is at doing. Alright. Wow. And they go flying. Wow. Yep. Comes in. Yep. Okay. There we go. Oh wow, one of the archers managed to fall the whole way down here. That's unfortunate for him. Alright. Alright. Okay. I think this will be the... Okay. Well, we're out of magic, so... Now for the hard part. Hey, Pumpkinhead! Yeah. Yeah. That's how hard he hits. Yeah. Sanctuary stones. Wow. You know, I've never actually been hit by their shout this much, so I always never really processed how much damage it really does. Alright. I think this is about as far as Engvall goes, because then once we start getting up to the upper area, it's all on us. Yeah. Because yeah, this just brings us up to where we go before. Yeah. Being able to butcher your way through comes in handy. Yeah. So, arrows, or I can get some knives. That could come in handy, so we'll do 10. Because basic knives are good enough to draw enemies out. Over here. Yep. Yeah. You'll notice that's they are surprisingly well designed to offset. If you swing too early, what they do is step back so your swing becomes useless. And then their own attack becomes more strong. It's truly really impressive the same way, like, I admire that the giants are designed so well to fight smaller beings. Boom, rim. Nice. Like, there's 100 little touches in this game of well-intentioned and well-thought-out enemy design. Okay. Whoop. Oh. And now this area, there's 2 soldiers. They barely won. Okay. I'm like, normally there's some misbegotten here. Nah, they managed to barely win. Showing just how steep, just how close of a battle this is. You've earned your rest, soldiers. Alright. And what do you have to say now?
I'm in your debt for keeping the sword from those fallen creatures. I'm no longer bound by duty. Once I've rescued Irina, I will spend my remaining days with her. Thanks to you, I will be and devote my remaining days. Irina has a gentle nature, though. I only hope it remains intact.
Indeed.
Thanks to you, and devote my Irina has a... I only hope...
Well, one can hope. But, as we saw, all the fires here pointed us towards oh, one of the night cavalry is out. Well, I'd be remiss if I did. Oh, come on! I was gonna say, I'd be remiss if I didn't try and take a shot at him at least. Oh well. Well, at least we're free from the castle. Oh well. So, let's head back north. We've done all we can on the peninsula, really. Yeah. These misbegottens and the dogs that they work with. And let's see. Irina was here and is no more. Nope. And like I said, this is a Souls game.
Irina, how could this be? My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me. I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered.
Well, to be fair, these guys were all over the place. There's little else anything could have happened. She was blind and alone.
I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Arena, it will be done. I'll find the foul wretches. I'll hunt them, rest assured.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, Edward. But, as we see, what's interesting, they pointed us south till we hit the Morn Moan grave. And now we have nowhere to go. So we're left to explore once more. But I think we've finally seen the whole of Limgrave and the story it tells. The story of a relatively peaceful and benign place, ruled by a largely inept man, Kenneth Haight, who sought peace and modeled himself after Godfrey in the fact that he tried to create and maintain peace between people in the prospect of everyone serves the Golden Order, thus you are all beneath me and will do as I say and we can get along. Still, not a great motivation, but the ending thought is at least noble. It worked until Godric the Grafted moved in with his soldiers, starting to control and move people around. And thus we enter the current time. I suppose we've tarried long enough. At the very least, we can head through these gates. The Storm Gate. They are prepared for an attack, and they greet us with no warning, no sound, simply the cocking of their bows and the attack. And even a giant comes to fight. Ouch. Alright. Now, I was wondering what was going on. Okay, while the giant has Engvall in his sights, we'll come up here and get these soldiers done. Because we can handle a giant, but all that extra firepower isn't going to help us make this any easier than it needs to be. Yep. Oh. Here comes the giant. That looked like it hurt. Alright. That should hurt them a bit. That's gonna suck. Sucks for you. Not bad. 2 shots back. Sweet. So, we've managed to make it through the storm gate. Chain draped tabard. A lump of flesh, yeah. So what does... Padded cloth armor with a chainmail shawl draped over the shoulders. Widely issued to foot soldiers in a lord's army. So not any particular lord, just any lord. But we made it through. But as you can see, this place is prepared for attacks. So here's the question. Who are they expecting to attack? Who out here? Who's going to be out here to attack them? That is a good question. Who's going to be out here that's going to be needed to be protected against? Yep. Ow. There we go. That is precarious on so many levels that is up there. But, well, who would be... It's a good question, though. Who are they prepared to repel? Us? We're just one nameless Tarnlist. Why would they be worried about us? Hey, golden seed. The seed of the tree, the greater tree. And here we can see there's a tower and... Well, we have... Now can see why this area is called the Storm. It is spoken of as storms. Seems like this cloud cover never goes away. Yeah, some rams taking their shot. Lots of skulls to smash out here. And a jail. And this one is the Storm Hill. Makes sense. Storm Hill, huh? Well, at least the title makes sense. Lots of goats, though. And the remnants of something. The remnants of these giant statues we've run across. Broken ones. But these have been still for a long time. Alright. Ow. Okay, thus the real big downside to really the biggest downside to fighting enemies on horseback. You cannot block, ever. Remember what I said about giants being really adept at hitting small targets? This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Got him. Oh, nah, I can't get the critical. But I didn't need to. A smithing stone 1. Not bad. But yeah, the rest of these guys are all busted up from their fall. Perhaps their fall is related to the fall of all these ruins on top of everything? Hey, bats. Actually, that's a surprising number of bats. Just genuinely, that is a surprising number of bats. Anyway. Oh, and some more starlight shards. We'll get into that kind of aspect of the lore later. For now, just know they're resources that are only found in certain areas that's for certain reasons. Alright. And here we have a forest leading up. I don't believe there's any way actually in, so this should be fine. Because I don't want to enter the castle proper just yet. I want to get a sense of Storm Hill. Because there is a lot to discover still. And here we have yet more jellyfish. And yet more jellyfish over a graveyard. Which is a bit of a trap, because I think they want you to trick you into trying to swinging at the undead and upsetting the jellyfish, because they will attack if they feel they're threatened. Yeah. Alright. Nice. Yep. Yeah, no, a good heavy mace goes a long way. There he is. I do love you don't require holy weapons to put them down. But yeah. These are just undead, so I'm not going to worry about them. Or those that live in death, actually, is the technical term. Oh. Like you see here, there's some red ones already, so something has set them off. Oh, there we go. Yep, no, and that sets off the others and they start shooting at you. Just really ain't worth it. Knowing when the fight is and isn't worth it is a big part of this game. Oy. But yeah. So that's just a graveyard. Storm wolves! Or wolves called... I missed the camera angle, but they kind of just dropped from the sky. Yep. Alright. I'll get off Torin and end this. Yeah. Nothing major. But there's someone here, too. There's someone here, and there's also... Oh, another stone sword key. Nice. Okay. Flasks. So we're rested, recovered. Let's talk with the Stormhill at the Stormhill shack.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know, if you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid? It's quite a lark when you think about it.
Sitting sideways.
You're all on your own, are you?
Yep.
And heading to Stormvale Castle?
Yep.
Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. Or legs. Or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven. Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you?
A spirit jellyfish ashes.
The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one.
Huh. So the ashes of a jellyfish. A floating spirit that illuminates its surroundings. Prone to tears, the jellyfish girl searches for her distant home. Will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. It seems her name is Aurelia. So they're sentient. They're sentient enough to have names. It's one of the reasons I don't attack them and don't deal with them, because apparently they're from somewhere and they're just here.
It was a pleasure to see you. Oh, can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them. And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
That's not a thing you ever want to truly get a hang of.
It was a pleasure to see. Oh, tell them I love that I'm finally getting the hang of this whole...
But he is a tarnished, like us, I take it. And unfortunately, our job is to seek the Elden Ring, which means pain, misery, death, madness, and more. An unpleasant fate you truly probably wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. But here we are. So, and as we can tell, naturally the arrow of the guiding light points us towards Stormvale Castle. But as ever, I resist and we keep looking on. There's more paths. After all, there's an animal path here to the, what is this, east? To the east. And we'll follow it through. A Kaidan mercenary. Taking care of a noble. Yep. Ow. Damn. Okay. Ah. Man, that bleed does build up good. But yeah. Kaidan mercenary. Ransacked a cart, and the noble who was riding it. So, I'd like to believe that since they're sellswords, they're probably working for Godric. Here just to make money. Yep. Damn. Ow. There we go. Yeah. Oh, another lost grace. And again, someone beside. Well, good day to you. The War Master's Shack.
Not seen you before. Name's Bernal. Tarnished, just like you.
Indeed.
Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
I'm gonna lie. I'm just gonna lie because this guy doesn't seem... I don't feel like fighting this guy.
Yes, you're a tarnished through and through. Takes me back.
But that's a quality needed now more than ever. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good and proper tarnished, like you.
Sure. We'll be more than happy to learn. Let's see what he's got. Ah, he's got one of the really good ones. No skill. Put this on a shield and then you can use your weapons one no matter what. Let's see. Warcry, Endure, Kick, Quick Step, Stamp, Impaling Thrust, Quick Step, Stormblade. That would be Colossal Weapons and Twin Blade, Parry. And we're good for now. Oh, but you're willing to talk?
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle. to death itself.
Well,
So, we did just get one of the more useful ones. So, for example, if we wanted to use gravitas, no matter what, so all we do is Ashes of War, our shield, take away parry, so it has no skill. So now, no matter what, I can use gravitas. Otherwise, we had parry, which I'm not great at the timing. And unfortunately, parry still only really works. Like you see, parry only works on certain human-sized enemies. So, it isn't always useful. Now, heading to the east, yeah, we might as well keep following the road to the east. See if there's anything else. As I say, Stake of Marika. Looks like the... Yep. Put everyone on alert. Let's do this. Come on, guys. Yeah. Alright. Got those guys. Can I sneak up on the dog? Yep. Yep. Yeah. We're not doing too bad. But that's the start of this area. And it's bad enough that they're letting us summon spirits, so that means there's something here. So why not? Hey, Ingval, time to put some work in. Alright. Alright. Nice. And when he knocks him down, I can pick up. Nice. There we go. And there we go. Alright. Let's see. You try. But it is worth noting, again, this is all Godric's soldiers. Huddled in a camp that doesn't seem to offer any real protection. Ah, there's a chest here. Will this perhaps give us insight into what's here? The Beast Crest Heater Shield. It's weaker overall, slightly more magic resist. Oh. Okay. Smoldering butterflies, because that's how these guys make all their fire bombs. I can pretty safely assume these guys make their own. I doubt their army is kind enough to furnish them with fire bombs. Let's see. Medium-sized, easier to handle than a kite shield. Features a beast as its crest, serving to remind warriors not to succumb to the arousal of battle. fight with passion, but not become its prisoner. The sign of Godfrey, because we'll get to it later, but he basically is known to get into just pure battle lust and just the thrill of the fight, and he had to limit himself to act as the Lord. Wow. Nice. There we go, there's my refill. Alright. And there's another one of those statues that tells you how to get to a catacomb. But there's also a path up here. Storm Hill, huh? Like I said, it's appropriately named. There's not much out here right now. There's some soldiers looking over more, well, I'd call them prisoners, but to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Nice. But these ones aren't screaming, so... Yep. So, they're still technically there. Not much to really say though. This is Storm Hill. It's windy, it's cold. The Lance Talisman. I imagine that it improves your melee strikes. And you look like in one piece, I thought so. And just like the other one, you're... Nice. Yep. Yeah. Giants. Really good at fighting small targets. Almost as if that's their job. Like, they're targeted specifically to fight. Like, another giant would have no trouble with them. They're frail enough that they probably... They're made of solid stone, though. Which actually brings back the memory of what the dragons are described as living stones. Walls of living stone. Yep. As I've said before, it's pretty clear that these demi-humans are not the same thing as the Misbegotten, who are also not the same thing as an omen. though they may be classified as humanoids, I don't believe... Yeah. I believe they don't associate with each other, which is why on Morn you only see misbegottens. It'd be different if we saw a mixture of these demi-humans and the fact that they're carrying glowstone. And one of the only ways to get string is from these guys, indicating they still do have some interest in material. They get overwhelmed at night with their primal instincts. But it's clear that they still have enough sentience to prepare themselves to do other crafts and other events. Ah. A ghost. Our hallowed has been violated. To refuse the Earth Tree's call to return to live within death's sickening. The thing I would also have everyone note that people forget about to notice, those mushrooms sprouting around them. Or sprouting from the ghosts. Something reaching up and taking them. The death-touched catacombs, huh? I've got 8,000, so that's enough for a level, so do that before we go any further. So... you know what? Let's start getting some arcane. The better drop rates. Plus, there's a couple of spells that are kind of interesting that require some arcane, so... yeah, because, like, for example... the Oracle Bubbles. Where is it? Yeah. 15 arcane. Sorcery of the Claymen who served the priests in the ancient dynasty. Produce several small magical bubbles that drift towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases delay before the bubbles pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. Search for lost oracles, huh? And as ever, the summoning pool is ready. In case this goes real bad. But yeah. Those who live in death. Yeah. Luckily, you don't need a holy weapon or anything. Just hit them a couple times. Hit them once they're down, they're good. Notice also, their weapons don't cause bleed. This is the first game where they don't try to bleed you. Alright. Nice. Good night. Though, if I'm honest, if I had to logically explain it, it's because, for a storyline point, there's still holiness in the reason everything develops gold, and the reason the runes that we pick up that are just pockets of 100 runes. Yeah, there we go. Wake up. I'm not stupid enough to not notice you there. Is the Tarnished are still Godfrey's. Oh, right. There we go. Are still Godfrey's descendants. So there is an innate holiness to them. And we've had grace returned to us. It's the reason we are even able to see and use the lost graces. So theoretically, yeah. Yep. So we have even just our basic existence is holy enough to disperse these guys. Yeah, come on. I'm not dumb enough to get drawn out. So, if that would be my guess, is since everything past this, the divinity that we would have inherently is gone. Yeah. Yeah, no, they'll pull. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. There we go. But yeah. If I had to guess, because past this point, we are quote-unquote human. Will be effectively children of the Crucible. We'll get into that when we get closer to that and the city of those who live in undeath. More to the point regarding that. The way things have changed for those who live on death will be felt throughout the entire series. I'm still deciding on where I place the games in order of the series, because for me, one of the biggest things I've always sought to do, I know it's silly, but to make a timeline of which of the series of games go first. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Demon Souls I include, as well as even I include Demon Souls, and I do include Bloodborne as well. Sekiro is I do not count as a, just because it's based on somewhat, our world is historical, so no. Behold weak foes, supposedly. Well, let's see. Black Knife Assassin. Oh boy. It's weak in that they've been injured. we'll get into them as well, but just to know for now, they're skilled assassins, killers, and they're the ones who brought low Godfrey the Goldens, yeah. And her hiding here basically was what allowed the rune of her cracking over the catacomb to hide is what enabled the rune of, and wielding the rune of death here is what enabled her to the issues with this too. Yep. Nice. Got it. Assassin's Crimson Dagger. Nope, it's not an actual dagger. It is actually... Yep. An assassin's dagger, misshapen and stained crimson. Critical hits restore HP. This charm is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Night of the Black Knives, those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. So yeah, this is actually a charm that you hit enemies hard enough, you get HP back. Have fun with that. I have not had real good luck with it myself. It doesn't heal a whole hell of a lot. But, in addition, a death root. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman found at the bestial sanctum in the distant east collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between, through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of death root. So understand, this is happening because of the Erd tree. All things trace back to it. Because normally, catacombs would be sealed but for those who were coming to die and rest. But, with things the way they are, well, nobody's getting any good rest. We'll put it that way. Let's see. So we don't need to light that because we're already gotten it. Yep. Got it. Nice. But yeah. So that's the right side. Or the left side from here, so the right side would bring us around and up here. Still not high enough to get that. And just some land turtles, or land octopi. Not much, just a little swamp. A giant overlooking the Storm Hill. And that looks to be about it. But yeah, not much here. But again, the Night of the Black Knives, as far as okay, as I've said before, as I was saying before I got into the boss fight, the way I look at it, I'm basically looking to parse how I want to order the games. Because to my mind at this point, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 actually do take place in that order. The degradation and the splitting of various Titanite shards are one of the strongest arguments I can make for Titanite basically becoming... This game obviously takes place first. This is the origin Titanite, which is just a degradation of what we use now, the smithing stones. The interesting bit to me is if I include Demon Souls, because to me, Demon Souls is as it stands now, this is the first game. Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 take place afterwards. Then... Alright. This explains why all the dead nobles, the Pumpkinhead guys, are more misbegotten, so they work with those guys. So they're working for closer to Norm, which is why that's why they're breaking the statues, because they're all symbols of the Golden Order and the ruling powers. And then that brings us to Summon Water and back to Limgrave. So yeah, that thing that each of the merchants is carrying is an instrument. You'll notice they all have burning yellow eyes. They're all afflicted with the flame of frenzy. And it's this song that keeps them sane.
Oh, dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Of course. A nomadic merchant. Gives us pickled turtleneck, you monster. Poison bone, and yeah. So, yeah, the poison damage. That's what I absolutely want. Bandit mask. Favored by bandits for hiding their faces, also provides some protection against poison. And flame chariots. Well, we can surely spare the runes to learn about them. And yeah, effectively my personal theory is, you see how there's a golden rune. The image is almost point for point. If I'm playing on the actual system, so I can't pull up an image to image, but point for point, it's pretty much the same image of that you would use for Titanite. So and as you know, you develop new and different types of Titanite as 1, 2, and 3 progress. So my current theory is, what happens is Titanite is effectively parts of the Elden Ring. Are parts of the Elden Ring. They're small shattered parts of the, I guess I almost want to call it mana, or the power of the world. Mana in the Hawaiian sense, not the mana of common use nomenclature for modern, but mana as in the power of the world. It's the reason that gold, the color gold, is when we go into a mine and you get to the boss, there's a big central part that is bright gold. That is from the power of the world, the power of living souls passing through the world, if that makes sense. Then to me, that must be what the gold color is, and what eventually starts to fade in coloring, becoming darker, so that we get regular Titanite that we see through 1, 2, and 3. But it retains the ability to draw in power, so that's where you get the various forms of Titanite.
I'm afraid I've very little to...
Don't worry about it. What you had to offer was fantastic. Let's see. Yeah. Don't apologize, man. You do good work. And leave the turtles alone. They aren't doing anything to you. And I know that'll just start someone going, well, I'm going to go kill every turtle I see when I play the game. Alright, that's on you, you monster. But yeah. As far as it goes... So, from what I can tell, when we get to Vala Azul, basically where these things fell from, because effectively these things rained down from the old Dragon Empire, when that place was torn apart. And so much of it was cast across the entirety of the lands between. Though what's interesting about that thought is ruin fragments and... Because one of the items you can get, ruin fragments, if you go into your materials... Where are they? Okay. There is... Why am I... Okay. That has undergone some simple processing. Yeah. Yeah, because ruin fragments... Okay, yeah. Can be used for crafting or simply throw... Oh, because you can throw them. I forget you can throw them. Oh, they get... You know, they get A scaling for strength. Nothing for... Okay, anyway. Sorry. Distracted. Moving on. Stone fragments found near places where ruins have fallen from the sky can be used for crafting or simply throwing at enemies. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. They glow with a faint light from within. Then, polished rune fragments shine brighter than rainbow stone. Craftable item emits light from the location it's placed, illuminating surroundings. However, this effect is short-lived and lacks the diverse colors of rainbow stones. Can also be dropped to gauge the distance of a fall. The higher the pitch of the sound, the higher the likelihood of the fall being fatal. Once used to entertain children on the fringes of the lands between. So yeah. These ruins fell from a place we'll get to eventually. Oi. But I know I say that way too much, but this game is so massive, there's so much to see. Alright, this is more... Yeah, because now we're just reaching Summon Water. Okay. So yeah, we've reached Summon Water, so we're pretty much good to head back. High Road Cave, Death Saints Bridge. Yep, we're good there, good there. So now we can head back to the shack. But yeah, these ruins fell all across. And the whole point I'm trying to make is, the reason they shine with power is very likely that these ruins were probably made from the former parts of old dragons. Yep. Yep. Yeah, we're not doing bad. Nice. But yeah. It's just simply worth a mentioning that, yeah. Alright. So this lights up one path. Because there is a path straight through here. Yeah, the road gets kind of hidden down there in the dark, but yep, brings you out to the other side, and we come across our first of the Fingered Crone. Note their physicality. They have 3 hands and a foot. Oh no, that is a foot. Okay, so it's... No, okay, so they are supposed to be relatively human. I honestly thought there was 3 hands, but no, that's just her other foot awkwardly clutched at the staff. A staff made of this gnarled wood with bells sticking to it.
You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers.
Show her your hands.
Bless you. Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone eventide, and reunite the half crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Only, why should that matter? Stormvale Castle still stands tall.
So.
You. Head, traverse, and storm.
So, head to the Foundation of Gold, which is probably the Elden Ring, so that hasn't changed. The bridge is out, but this we're looking for Rhea Lucaria. They want us to go towards. But the bridge is out, but why should that matter? Nomadic Cookbook 7. Yeah, take a look. Let's see. Number 7 gives us, hey, soft cotton, staunching boluses, and rainbow stone arrow. Interesting. So what does it take to make the cotton? You have to heat it. Smoldering butterfly and row of fruit makes soft cotton. Glowstone, dew-kissed herbs, and ruin fragments. Rainbow stones, we can just paint them, so nothing much. Where is it? Rainbow stone arrows. There. Yep. Lets you see. But yeah. Stormvale Castle stands tall. The bridge is out, but why should that matter? After all, there's so many ways to go. Oh. Looks like there's somebody here who has something for me. Hey, Stormwall! If I'm not mistaken, this ash is for a shield. Medium shields, yep. Stormwall. Swing the shield to create a wall of storm winds in front of you, deflecting arrows and other such physical projectiles. It can also be used in the same way as a regular parry. I believe it's pretty decent, last I remember. But it's worth taking a look. Alright. And quite a narrow passage. Dark, quiet, a lonely place. A lot of people fall off the edge around here. Have to be a little careful. Wolves. Oh. Well, not necessarily needing to be... Oh. There we go. There we go. I just like the idea of putting them out of their misery in one shot. I don't like the idea of making them suffer any more than they have to. But anyway. Oh. Well, one spotted me, so. Yep. Yep. Alright, let's do this. There we go. Alright. Because you know what? That's not bad. But, here we are. We've reached Liurnia of the Lakes. This area was obviously very fond of the Lee. Because we came from Limgrave, and now we're at Liurnia. And now, our grace points us straight ahead, all the way towards, I assume, that big building up on that high hill. Hello.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shibriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next, but when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
So, to take a point, Light Seeker Hieta. I brought this up because where were we not that long ago? Where we saw a blind, mostly blind woman suddenly be killed. And all of a sudden, we now have a heartbroken maiden asking for Shibiri grapes. I'll be perfectly honest with you folks. My personal theory, of course, most people probably do the theory, it is her. It is Edward's daughter. Like, from the looks to the blindness, everything fits. I believe it's even close to, if not the exact same outfit. Notice the blood stains on her from being killed. However, what has changed, because something has changed, is that she became a tarnished one of us. She died, came back, but she's lost her memories. And now she's out to seek her own version. We seek the Elden Ring. Her version of grace is to seek something else. And oh boy, what she seeks. Alright. But there's also a church here. A Church of Irith. Oh, hello.
You're tarnished, aren't you?
Yes.
Then perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
Alright. 10 runes.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
What you got? Glintstone Pebble, I don't have a use for. Glintstone Arc is fine. Starlight could come in handy.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right. I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit.
Okay.
You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Rea Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted.
Okay, well, good to know. Do you have any idea where the key
Why
is?
not find yourself without one? You can't pass, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider, I know it, I'm a bluntstone, Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the academy.
He wants to go home. Understandable.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selen was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
Huh.
Find yourself without one, and you will never reach the...
Okay. So, another sacred tier. So, just so we're clear, the Academy of Raya Lucaria, location of the next big boss that most people hit up. Though he is wrong on one count. You don't need to do it. Oh. Oh. There we go. You'll never make it to the capital without it. We'll see about that. Let's see. Yep. Nice. Got him. Got clear of these guys. Anything interesting? Well, an Academy Scroll. Excellent. What'll that get us access to? Greater and Swift Glintstone Shards, which basically are faster and stronger versions. Which, not horrible. I still find our Magic Lip Blade pretty damn useful, so. But, we'll see. Still. We've reached quite a few places already. And we're taking the path down to the lake itself. And my oh my, a whole new region to explore. So, just to be clear, the overall story for... So, just so we're clear on what the story of Limgrave is that the place was by and large overlooked by the capital and frankly considered not worth the time or investment of anything. Wow, these guys are stronger. So these are the... Man, even the grunts are starting to give us trouble. And note that unlike... It's worth noting that unlike in Limgrave and Storm Hill, these guys are using a different pot. Same techniques will work, but after all, these guys are still... Woodstone Craftsman Cookbook. I do love that once all the enemies are gone, they do just send them away. This will let us make Cuckoo Glintstone. Use FP to produce a magic bolt. We need crystal buds and cracked crystals. And see here, the crests on the soldiers is different. Hell, even the crests on their tents are different. It's a sign that we're in a wholly different area. One that we're not really prepared for. But I did want to at least save us some headache. And get the teleport. Get the Lost Grace so we can teleport here later on. But, well, might as well say hi to the merchant while we're here.
You're new around here.
Yep.
Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter, no matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares? Oh, but
Yeah.
don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. We already have one lantern, so we're good there. More smithing stones. This gets us a crystal dart, spellproof dried liver, and shatter shard arrow. Might as well. There is an astrologer staff. Staff for astrologers, a glintstone embedded in the tip, enabling use as a catalyst for sorceries. Yep. Nothing special about that. Astrologer robe. Kite shield. Yep. So yeah, we'll just pick up the crystal dart. Alright. So that gets us there. So where is it? Yeah, Shatter Shard, which basically gives magic damage, I believe. No, it's just more physical. Okay. Just really cheap physical. Crystal darts. Again, same thing. Cracked crystal when we find it. Trust me, it's plentiful. But yeah. So we found our way through the back to a whole new area. But we still have to face and deal with Stormvale Castle, supposedly. But that's also, actually, not entirely true, because we have a few other places we can go as well. Anyway, but I'll leave that for later. So, I think I've been going long enough, and I'm getting a bit hungry, so I'm going to leave it here. Thank you all for joining me. I have been the Ephemeral One, and this has been more of me being back on my bullshit about the story of Elden Ring. Thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now, folks. Bye for now.